Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Sharpen your pencils. Sharpen your mind. I Should Be Writing will begin soon. Look at you, out there, online, being writers. I'm so excited for you. I hope you're ready for the rest of your writing day. I'll see you on the stream. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencil sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it in my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it.
Hello everyone, welcome. This is I Should Be Writing. I'm Derek Nicola. I'll be taking you through today's live stream. Welcome to the chat. While everybody piles in, just want to talk about a little bit about what I would be what I will be doing today. Today I want to try an experiment with something just a little bit different. Something called improvised writing. Now, it's a little bit different than improvisation because it involves a little bit of development. Improvising just means coming up with, for me, on the same day, right? Starting with nothing and going through a quick development process and turning it into a story. You think about it as like a one-man writer's room, which is really just writing anyway. But the idea of it being timed, giving myself some sprints. I have this really cool little device, a little time cube, all these little times on it. I'm going to go with the lowest. I'm going to give myself 15 minutes. Not at this moment. I'm going to check the chat, wait for people to trickle in, say hello to everybody. But eventually try and do a completely improvised story, a couple of them today before we get to the live editing of the Ropesman's Tale, which will happen around 1 p.m., I think 12:50 if you paid attention to the schedule. And we'll see how many we can get done. And then I've done these before. I've done these in the past with kind of logline sprints or scene sprints. But today I thought I would also time myself on a free write and then tell the story and see how that goes. Experimental. Don't know how it's going to work out, to be honest with you. But we must do it because we should be writing. Give me a moment to go ahead and get my workspace in order. There we are. Boom. There. place for the chat when people come in. Okay. So, below me is where you can see the chat. Always happy to have people come in, give me suggestions, what have you. But what I have in front of me are a list of how I would normally do logline sprints. We're going to use this to start generating some ideas. Like I said, I'm going to give myself 15 minutes here, and then I'm going to start combining these log lines to kind of create like a new, fresh, but familiar idea. And then we're going to take it through story beats. You know, your setup, your catalyst, your inciting incident, your stasis, your debate, all that kind of stuff. Your false victories, false defeats, gathering your team, storming the castle, hero's journey. Kind of beats until the timer goes off, and then based on what we've brainstormed, I'm going to free write for another 15 minutes and see how the story shakes out. Hopefully we can run through a short story pretty fast. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. Like I said, it's kind of an experiment today. Also, have my writer's fuel here. Okay. Quick check of the chats. Nobody's here. Good. Nobody here to see me potentially fail. I love that. Checking the chats. Checking the chats. Checking the chats. Everybody's cool. Okay. Yep. All right. Now it's me on my own. On my own. Actually, let me just do a real quick volume check because I'm notoriously bad at volume check. Yep, I'm on. Okay, I just heard myself. Just saw myself hearing myself. So what I've done is I have gone on to, here it is. So I'm going to move this over for myself. And that still looks okay on the screen, right? Yes, okay. Sorry, lots going on behind the scenes. What I've done is I've gone to a random movie generator. I have picked 5 movies at random, gotten their log lines, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 1, 2, maybe 3, I don't know, read them out loud, combine them into something surprising, yet familiar, and whenever the timer goes off, I'm going to examine which idea I'm most excited about, turn it into story beats, spend 15 minutes doing that, and then 15 minutes writing. And we'll see how it goes. All right, little cube timer. Let us begin. The Grand Budapest Hotel, a legendary concierge at a once glorious European hotel, is framed for a very wealthy patron's death, and he and his loyal lobby boy protege race to clear his name while a vicious inheritance battle and looming war closes in. We have the contender after the vice president dies. A U.S. president nominates a trailblazing female senator to replace him, but a ruthless confirmation fight and a manufactured sex scandal threaten to destroy her and the president along with her. Oh my goodness. Friday the 13th, Part 3, 3D. A group of friends head to a rural getaway near Crystal Lake for a weekend of fun, only to be hunted one by one by the mass killer Jason Voorhees. We have Cassandra's Dream. 2 South London brothers, desperate to escape their financial mess, accept their wealthy uncle's offer of money in exchange for committing murder, sparking a spiral of guilt, paranoia, and betrayal that tears them apart. Never Back Down, a volatile teen who moves to a new high school gets pulled into an underground fight culture and pressured towards a brutal showdown, forcing him to learn discipline and control before the rivalry ruins his life. Oh my gosh, so much drama in here. Some things that I like. Let's just pick out the things that that are working best are uh, presidential candidates, politicians. I like the underground fight culture. I like things that are once glorious. We've got two instances of things being framed, I think. Manufactured sex scandal in The Contender, and framed for a wealthy patron's death, Grand Budapest Hotel. I like vicious inheritance battle. I like trailblazing female senator. I like hunted one by one. Bye, one. I like a masked killer. I like a new high school. Geez, I don't really like anything about Cassandra's Dream. Money, brothers, cool. I don't know. Just sounds like fluff. Okay, so, what if we had like trailblazing female senator must compete against her her brother and London's favorite poster child for us. In an underground, in a clandestine fight club to determine who will be the next prime minister. Okay, weird, but we don't know. Let's see. Or his collapses the world economy. So, like, her brother's the heel in this. Let's see what else we have. We have the masked killer terrorizes. A once glorious Ivy League. Oh, what about this? Not a once glorious, a mass killer terrorizes and what's it called, a SAT prep group. SAT prep class. They must fight back. One by one, I guess. Picking off the school's smartest kids. One by one. Forcing them to use brawn over brains to survive. Okay, what else do we have here? A group of, I guess we'll use the London brothers. How about this? Sisters, or a volatile teen. How about this? An outcast. I don't know why. I'm just gonna say Mindy after the sudden death of parents. Mindy finds herself in an inheritance battle with a sister she never knew about. And I must clear name. What? Woman war, confirmation, sex scandal, getaway. I must uncover the truth about her father's other family before she loses everything. And then, let's turn the teens into the presidential candidates in a race for student body president. Two of the school's most popular candidates find themselves in an intense mudslinging race to win. Must overcome manufactured scandals, even a murder accusation to win. I know I said that already, but we could clean that up. In a race for student body president. Two of a once glorious high school bad. Two students, two seniors. Title. Student body president. Something like that. You would call it like student bodies. Student bodies, bodies, bodies. See, how are we doing on time? I don't know. Actually, I don't know if this thing worked. Okay. Let's see. Because I think I set my timer wrong. I'm going to just go ahead and call it there. Take a look at what I have and see what I want to write. Okay. So, okay, let's do it. Let's hit pause. Let's take a look at these new log lines. Check the chat. If anybody has anything to say. No. Cool. Excellent. Preferred not to be judged. Fantastic. So we have all these elements, but a trailblazing female senator must compete against her brother and London's favorite poster child in a clandestine fight club to determine who will be the next prime minister before his agenda collapses the world economy. Weird, kind of crazy, a little Squid Gamey, a little Manchurian Candidate-y. A masked killer terrorizes a SAT prep class, picking off the school's smartest kids one by one, forcing them to use brawn over brains to survive. I kind of like that. I like the simplicity of it, to be honest with you. We have, after the sudden death of her parents, Mindy, I don't know why I chose it, finds herself in an inheritance battle with a sister she never knew about and must uncover the truth about her father's other family before she loses everything. It's a little vague at the end. A little, the good son. I don't know. I just kind of don't care, mostly because it's an inheritance battle, a fight over money, and I'm more interested in character, as we should be. And then two of the most popular students of a once glorious high school must overcome manufactured scandals and even a murder accusation to win the title of student body president. Kind of like Election meets Euphoria, perhaps? Ooh, that's not bad, huh? That's not bad at all. Let's see. I almost feel like I have an ending in mind with this one, and it's easiest to write a story when you know where you're going. Oops, pardon me. I'll call this one. Oh, come on, man. Student bodies, bodies, bodies. I think this is the one I'm going to roll with. Okay. Now it's a short story. So I'll go ahead and tell you. The thing that I'm thinking about of the ending is that there is a killer. It is the janitor, and he probably is trying to make sure his kid, who goes to the same school, gets a scholarship by taking out his big competition. Right? His kid tries real hard, but just can't ever make the kind of grades that would impress an Ivy League school. And if he gets the top, maybe he's thinking if he gets the top SAT score at his school, he'll have a better shot being seen. Kind of Breakfast Clubby, right? Whenever the Breakfast Club kid. Okay, so, I mean, we're kind of developing now. Might as well start the timer and kind of get it done here. Let's see. We have okay, it's tough. Let's put it 15 minutes on the clock. Let's see. It's a short story. I'm gonna say three main characters. Don't need everything bolded. 3 main characters. Let's go ahead and call it Mindy. Let's call it Javon, and let's call it Beck. Don't know. So let's break these characters down. Mindy is the valedictorian, perfect attendance, student body president, yearbook editor, all-around perfectionist, but she needs to be flawed. We need to have a flawed character. So Mindy strives to be perfect at the cost of alienating / putting down those around her. Driven. Does whatever it will take to get into an Ivy League college and secure her future. We have Javon, who is star athlete. Speech and debate club, prom king, most popular kid in school, and highly likable. I don't think you get to become popular if you're not likable. Easy to hate because he has it all. Wants to he's determined to get a scholarship, pay his way. Let's see. To get a scholarship to, not to pay his way, to prove his family. How about this? Let's give him a sweet story. To be the first in his family to go to college. And then we have Beck, son of the janitor. I don't think we'll reveal that till maybe like at the 3rd act, maybe. And then we have more upbringing, secondhand clothes, known but not popular, works really hard in school and at his job at Sonic drive-thru. But despite his best efforts, always comes out to be an average student. Let's see. He is in clubs as well, but doesn't head them, right? So maybe he's like the water boy on the football team that Javon is on. Maybe he's being told how to edit the yearbook by Mindy. But let's clubs as well. Let's use the water boy for the basketball team, and he's the photographer for the yearbook. Okay, now we have our characters. Let's just go ahead and get a snapshot of our world going, right? So the location is high school, after class, SAT, prep course, handful of students in class, Mindy, Javon, Beck. There's got to be a teacher. Let's call him Mr. Davidson. PE coach who needs the extra cash but doesn't really care about the kids. Care about SAT prep. Just through the motions. Let's see. Okay, and then what is it? Let's kind of build the world out here. Sight, smell, touch, with some senses. Freshly sanitized floor, right? Or freshly waxed. Now we can kind of play with janitor stuff. Freshly waxed floor. We have uncomfortable desks. We have, the dry erase whiteboards, more modern. Students on their phones, laptops? No, not an SAT prep. Then we have the inciting incident where the power goes out and Mr. Davidson is forced to investigate, leaving the kids alone in the room when he doesn't come back. Take action to try and find him and meet a masked killer instead. Then, you know, they have basically a debate, which is to face the killer and overpower him in order to survive. They can run away, hide, try and survive. They can try and bargain with the killer to survive. Those are some, you know, big, easy debate possibilities. And then we'll have where they make a plan. Oops, pardon me. Where they make a plan. The plan being, oh jeez, I don't know. Does anybody know? To okay, the plan is to try and escape the school, find help. That's the most honest thing. They will characters reveal their relationship to one another. Maybe Beck confesses his love to Mindy or Javon, you know, one of the other kids there. And then I think it'll be when their backs are against the wall, they find themselves locked in school, chains on the doors. And let's see. Okay, so they just kind of need a new plan, which would be to, I guess, face the killer. New plan devised. Themselves with common classroom objects. Face the killer. Yeah, where did Mr. Davidson go is what I'm asking myself right now. So, find help. Maybe they find I don't need to say this. They find Mr. Davidson in a way that looks like, oh wow, timer's over. Suicide? Find themselves locked in the school, chains on the doors. Okay, we got to get through this. Almost done. I know I'm going over a little bit, but I got to get through the outline of the story. Face the killer. One by one, the students find themselves picked off. Let's see. I say one by one, but let's get Javon, because he's the athlete, is pulled into a room. It's locked, and backhand Mindy witness his murder. The killer turns toward them. Mindy runs. And manages to squeeze between two chained doors. Gets stuck. And murdered. Moving back to face the killer alone. Killer slowly approaches back uses his, I don't know, we'll call it a resource to take out the killer, incapacitating him. This is very Scooby-Doo. Revealing the killer to be his dad. And only to his son. Fair shot. And making it in the world. And then dragging bodies using father's cleaning supplies to wipe away evidence, frame Mr. Davidson for murder. Then months later, we see Beck walking to accept his diploma after an in memoriam for the lost students. The Valley High Massacre. He thanks his dad. Something like that. Okay. Okay. So we have these characters. We have this kind of outline here. I went a little past time, but I'm making my own rules, so I don't really care. Let's check the chat and see if anybody's in here caring. No, I didn't think so. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and write this story, I guess, short form story. And we'll do a little bit of pre-writing. I'll set another 15 minutes here. Now we have a little outline. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of open up Google. Love Google. And let's get a list of things like give me a list of, actually, maybe I could use chat for this. This is a good source of chat. Give me a list of common items found in a classroom. Give me a list of common items found in a high school janitor uses. And then we'll see what we can play with, right? A little bit of research, you know, like, hey, whenever I was in high school, it was a mixture of dry erase whiteboards and still the blackboards with the chalky chalk. And the overhead projectors with the laminate paper, as opposed to just maybe laptops now and a digital projector. So we have desks, tables, we have chairs, the teacher's desk, whiteboard, dry erase markers, projector, screen, computer, posters, inspirational. We have clock, bookshelves, oops, books, a student, notebooks, folders, binders, pencils, pens, highlighters. All my favorite stuff, really. It's a sharpener. We have rulers, protractors, scissors, glue sticks and tape, paper clips, hole punch, tissues, hand sanitizer, and wipes. I like that these could be back items to like clue us in. Backpack. And then for, you know, that's the stuff in the school. And then for the janitor's closet, we'd have key ring, like a master set. Maybe like a utility cart. Trash bags. Liners. Ooh. Way to murder. You know, suffocation with a trash bag liner. We have grass grabber picker tool, broom, dustpan. Need an angle broom, but mop, bucket with wringer. Imagine getting somebody's hand in there. That would be really fun. Floor cleaner, disinfectant, spray bottles, sponges, cloths, plunger. Oh, geez. Wet floor sign could be interesting, like if there's blood on the floor, right? That'd be a fun play on it. And then gloves and light bulbs, step ladder, doorstop. Okay, that's a lot of fun stuff to play with. Wow. Okay. Desk tables, chairs, teacher's desk, writing desk. Okay. Start trying to write this. Mr. Davidson could care less. Chaperone. He guarded the SAT prep course. What makes a terrible guard dog or something? Worst guard animal. Let's come on, internet. Give me the worst guard animal. Bread gets. What animal gets distracted? What animal is easily distracted? Like a cat. With the care and attention of a cat. care and attention of a squirrel. Hamster. And eyes on this crossword puzzle. And he could have cheated. Not Mindy, the students. The three kids. And a lot riding on their success. Mindy, what do we say about Mindy? Mindy is valedictorian, perfect attendance, student body president, all around perfectionist. Mindy. In the running for valedictorian. Don't know how to spell it, I guess. Also had attendance. Student body president and editor of the book. Her whole life. Her whole academic life. And treated as seriously as a heart attack. Oh my god, so much time. Do need to start doing other things. Okay. Let's see. So seriously, it's a heart attack. Devon. Captain of the basketball team. And everyone's hearts. Bubbles of his scantron. Do they do that anymore? He's rushing the bubbles of his exam. Same confidence he had. He would have had. For his school. on the slouch is still the least impressive student in the room. Could still feel a sticky sugar between his fingers from spilling a cherry lemonade. The night before. To him, Indian Japan skated through life. Back was resigned to think he would only skate. The Sonic drive-through for minimum wage. Okay, then we have SAT prep course. So what do we say the power goes out? The projector the only light source in the room is Mr. Davidson's phone. Massive eye roll. He flung his feet off the desk back to the ground. Ooh, shit. Okay, well, it turns out it takes longer than 15 minutes to write the short story, that's for sure. It is 1:03. Trying to decide what I should do. Let's go ahead and finish. Let's go ahead and finish this, I think, y'all. Also, if you're in the chat, say hi. Hello, how's it going? You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and finish this short story, and then we'll pivot. Me Alpha, what's up? Thank you for the dinosaur. Appreciate it. Wow. Oh, man, I feel so much better about my day already. You have no idea what it means to me. Is there just a bunch of people in here not commenting, just watching me write this story from scratch? Spicy Senpai with the cat face. Thank you. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Cool. Well, hey, y'all. Happy to have you here. Ink and Plays in. Mangalakin? Mangalakin? Welcome, welcome. Just doing some quick improv writing. Just how do we develop a story out of nothing, right? Taking it from finding the inspiration to dwindling it down to moving it through beats, and then finally turning it into story. Let's still get through this. How short can we make the short story? I'm gonna give myself another 15 minutes. If that's the first half, then I should be done. I'll just force myself, just brute force my way through this story. Power goes out. Davidson investigates, leaving the kid alone in the room. Doesn't come back. They take action. Okay. Don't cheat. Don't move. Don't get on your phone. He cracked as he flung the heavy wooden door open. Mindy leaned in, still on, still focused. Using the time to refine her answers. On, lean back, rolling his neck and shoulders, loosening himself up. From being hunched for so long. Let's give back the Crochet and Javon next here. And Javon. Mariam. Javon. What to do? Back. Averted his eyes. And shrugged. Wonder what happened. Yeah. Transformer or something. Ellipses, you know. What's up? How's it going, Gabriel Saint Art? I don't even need these. These are just blue light lenses. Thank you very much. Let's keep brute forcing this story. We've spent too long on it already. Gets alone in the room when he doesn't come back. Take action. Okay, so we got to get them out of the room. So clock on the wall ticked away. Louder each passing second that Mr. Davidson didn't return. Javon stood up to the door, looked out. Mr. D, I gotta go to the bathroom. Nothing. Javon looked back to the class, raised an eyebrow. Smiled at Mindy. With confidence. Marvel hero. Made a decision. Let me go check it out. Set to stay here. He retorted back, feeling antsy. Moved by Javon's confidence. Stood up. I'll go with you. And rolled her eyes. And reluctantly got up from her seat. I'm not staying in here alone. All right, now they're all kind of motivated to get out of the classroom and get this catalyst going on. Okay, let's get back to our little outline here. In the hallway, kids walked cautiously, approaching a door that was left half open. Javon peered in. He stopped dead in his tracks. A masked man wearing latex gloves and a jumpsuit. He's placing Mr. Davidson's limp body in a chair. Looking over his shoulder, he spotted the kids run. Commanded Mindy and back, hidden behind his broad shoulders, didn't comprehend gravity of their situation. Why? Challenged. Upon turn with look at fear in his eyes that made Mackenzie's heart drop. Okay. Javon shouted situation as they he can play. What's up? As they ran to the door that was blocked by chains. Instead, killer in here, trapped. Killer. Who? Against in desperation. Kids turned their backs to the unbudging door. The killer, as the masked man stepped to the hallway. Okay. My gosh, this is taking so long. They ducked into a nearby classroom. Ron, Beck, and Mindy all tried to open windows. So they were sealed. Beck found himself staring at a hang in there inspirational poster as he tried to no avail to pry open break their school's recently installed bulletproof glass. Commentary on America. Okay. You can play. Hey, what's up? What's up? Let's see. Mindy, survival instinct finally kicking in. Into the nearby backpack. Started nearby gym bag. Started loading it with the objects, books. God damn. Ugh, it's taking so long. Books, binders. Books and binders. Getting the picture. Javon followed. Grabbing a pair of scissors from the desk. Also desperate, but failing to secure anything good. Beck grabbed a yardstick and welded it. Look at that. All right. Guys, this is going on too long. I'm so sorry, but I do have to start doing some editing on the Ropesman's Tale. Probably spent a little bit more than half an hour than I would have liked to on this. But you know what? We could always continue. No hard and fast rules here. But interesting, right? How we can kind of come up with an improvised story simply by taking some fresh ideas, taking some old ideas, making them fresh, finding the things that we like about it, combining it into a new idea, pushing it through an outline. Here we have a little play on words. We have the student bodies. A masked killer terrorizes an SAT prep class, picking off the school's smartest kids one by one, forcing them to use brawn over brains to survive. Still a really cool, fun premise, little fun short story. Let me go ahead and read what we have, and then we can kind of cap this off. Mr. Davidson couldn't care less. A glorified chaperone, he guarded the SAT prep course with the care and attention of a hamster, chewing his protein bar, feet up, and eyes on his crossword puzzle. The students could have cheated if they wanted to, not that they would. The three kids, staring diligently into their papers, had a lot riding on their success. Mindy, in the running for valedictorian, also had perfect attendance, was the student body president and editor of the yearbook. Her whole academic life had been treated as seriously as a heart attack. Javon, captain of the basketball team in everyone's hearts, scratched in the bubbles of his exam with the same confidence he used to date all the prettiest girls in school. Beck, while no slouch, was still the least impressive student in the room. He could still feel the sticky sugar between his fingers from spilling a cherry limeade at his job the night before. To him, Mindy and Javon skated through life. Beck was resigned to think he would only skate at the Sonic drive-thru for minimum wage. The projector, which projected the rules of the exam just ahead of the students, died, along with the lights. The only light source in the room was Mr. Davidson's phone, lighting up his confused face. With a massive eye roll, he flung his feet off the desk and back to the ground. "Don't cheat, don't move, don't get on your phone," he cracked as he flung the heavy wooden door open. Mindy leaned in, still focused and using the time to refine her answers. Javon leaned back, rolling his neck and shoulders, loosening himself up from being hunched for so long. Beck stared at Javon, admiring him. When Javon looked to Beck, Beck averted his eyes and shrugged. Wonder what happened. Maybe a transformer blew or something? The clock on the wall ticked away, becoming louder with each passing second that Mr. Davidson didn't return. Javon stood up, went to the door, and looked out. Mr. D, I gotta go to the bathroom. Nothing. Javon looked back to the class, raised an eyebrow with the confidence of a Marvel hero, and made a decision. I'm gonna go check it out. He said to stay here, Mindy retorted. Beck, feeling antsy and moved by Javon's confidence, stood up. I'll go with you. Mindy rolled her eyes and reluctantly got up from her seat. I'm not staying here alone. In the hallway, the kids walked cautiously, approaching a door that was left half open. Javon peered in and stopped dead in his tracks. A masked man wearing latex gloves and a jumpsuit was placing Mr. Davidson's limp body in a chair. Looking over his shoulder, he spotted the kids. Run, Javon commanded. But Mindy and Beck, hidden behind his broad shoulders, didn't comprehend the gravity of their situation. Why? Mindy challenged. Javon turned with a look of fear in his eyes that made Beck and Mindy's hearts stop. Javon shouted their predicament to them as they ran to the door that was locked by chains. Mr. Davidson is dead. There's a killer in there. We're trapped with a killer. Who? Who? Mindy asked in desperation. The kids turned their backs to the unbudging door as the masked man stepped into the hallway. They ducked into a nearby classroom. Javon, Beck, and Mindy all tried to open windows outside, but they were sealed. Beck found himself staring at a hang-in-there inspirational poster as he tried to no avail. To break their school's recently installed bulletproof glass. Mindy, her survival instinct finally kicking in, grabbed a nearby gym bag and started loading it with heavy objects, books, and binders. Getting the picture, Javon followed, grabbing a pair of scissors from the desk. Also desperate, but failing to secure anything good, Beck grabbed a yardstick and wielded it like a bat. Okay, I would just call that a nice little cliffhanger that we can end on. But it is time to do some editing. Bobicus, what's up? How's it going? And then go ahead and save this. Maybe we'll tackle it the next day. Let's go ahead and pull up the Ropesman's Tale. Give me a second while I go ahead and adjust this. Oh, it's got to be unminimized. Right. There it is. All right, y'all. Woo! So much work to do today. How's everybody? I hope you guys are writing as well. And if you're not, I hope you're brainstorming, getting your stories in order. And if you're not doing any of that, then I hope you're taking it really easy on yourself. Not exactly a great start to the year, at least here in America. So, you know, looks like we have to be kind to ourselves because nobody else is going to do it for us. And, yeah, perfect. Let's check the chat here. Okay, everybody's in. Everybody's cool, 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 cool. Well, guys, we still have some editing to do. Let's pick up where we were, chapter 16, the unseen line. This is a Devereaux chapter, and we just came from chapter 15, which was pity, guilt, Devereaux found use for him to be lowered into a hole nameless. Just Oh, I see. Okay, so Thomas has just committed his first execution and gone through the process of um, uh, seeing an unclaimed body go to the common grave, um, like a commoner's grave site, and basically seeing his future. Like, oh, I'm going to be killing people. I'm insignificant. Whenever somebody kills me or I eventually die, I'll end up here, nameless and alone. He's kind of getting into his uh, despair mode, right? Like I've got my freedom, but at this terrible, terrible cost, and I have to be reminded of it every time I do the job. And here we have chapter 16, the Devereaux chapter that follows. The candlelight was low in Frances's chamber when Devereaux entered without knocking. She looked up from her writing desk, resigned. He rarely visited this room unless sleep evaded him or something was gnawing at his pride. She put down her quill. Was it swift? Devereaux poured himself a measure of wine from the decanter without answering. He stood at the window, staring out at the narrow strip of garden below, barely visible beyond the lattice. Too swift, apparently. Blunt said the crowd was stunned. Francis rose and crossed to him. That was the point, wasn't it? There was no noise, he muttered, just a drop and then silence. The people are tired of blood. Perhaps they needed silence. He turned to her then, studied her face as if searching an old map he once trusted. They used to shout, throw rotten food, call for heads. There's order in chaos. It tells you they're afraid. They used to. It only happened once. This is he's being pretty dramatic here. If we cut to the quick, it would just be, there's order and chaos. It tells you they're afraid. Don't even need that. You fear they are thinking now? She said softly. Devereaux did not respond. I want to say didn't. Doesn't hurt to use a contraction here. Frances returned to her desk, though she left the parchment untouched. She waited. Always, she waited. Your attention should be on your family, she said eventually. The new executioner is the Queen's problem now. My father, Devereaux huffed. Her father's name, Walsingham, was a weight between them. Her father had earned his power through curating a vast web of secrets. How about this, when my father arrives? Because it does appear out of nowhere. I think I remember that being kind of a sentiment I had. So if we're expecting him, it feels a little softer on his entrance. Her father's name, Walsingham, was a weight between them. Her father had earned his power through curating a vast web of secrets. He was the Queen's spy master. Sir Francis Walsingham had made a science of suspicion. Let's cut. I feel like I said the same thing twice here. How quickly can we say it? Her father was the Queen's spy master. Sir Francis Walsingham had made a science of suspicion. Where Devereaux moved with soldiers in steel, Walsingham dealt in ink and shadows. Worst of all, he still had the ear of the Queen. And would do nothing for Devereaux. Frances was his wife, yet the daughter of the Queen's shadow. And this is stupid. He drained a cup of his sweet wine and set it down with more force than necessary. He wasn't meant to become anything, just a person to bring justice through death. Just a person. Feels like we're talking about Walsingham now. So it makes the sentence out of place. I'm doing that almost like a misplaced modifier. It doesn't matter. The audience already knows this. Instead. There we go. That's better. Okay. Your attention should be her family. Okay, that's her father's name. Yeah. You've been restless lately, Francis said carefully. I've seen it before. He turned for the door. Robert, she said. He paused. Before she could say any more, the door creaked open behind him. The chamberlain's voice, half-whispered, announced, Sir Francis Walsingham requests a word. Devereux's bodies tensed. From the shadows of the hall, Sir Francis stepped forward. He was older. He was an older man with thin hair. His back slightly stooped, his eyes dark and sharp as flint. Missed nothing. The air between the two men was already crackling with things unsaid. Ah, Sir Francis, we were just speaking of you, Devereux continued. Pray, what news do you bring for us? Walsingham's eyes connected with his daughter. I find the whisperings of discontent in this city troubling. Devereux gestured loosely towards the cluttered table near the wall, covered in parchment-sealed letters and ledgers marked with the sigil of the sweet wine monopoly the trade once leveraged for fate, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I like this either, and I haven't even gotten to my edit line. Cluttered taper, Illinois. Maybe this needs an M dash too. I don't know what he wants used it for now. I'm gonna make that simpler. The trade he now used to feign stability. 'Tis a shame. So it goes as a ruler. A queen's job is never done. As for me, it's a shame. I suppose. A queen's job is never done. As for me, I've more barrels than blades these days. Do you find pleasure in serving your wines more than serving the crown? Sir Francis asked, his words directed at Devereux. Devereux chortled. By not serving the queen, I am acting on her wishes. 'Tis the only way to truly serve now. 'Tis the only way to 'tis the only way to truly serve now. Walsingham tilted his head slightly. The queen sends no reprieve, not yet. But I am here in person, which should trouble you more. He stepped closer to Devereux now, just Devereux now. Why now? We're just now is now. We're in the scene. He stepped closer to Devereux, just enough to let the weight of his presence settle. You've changed methods. You've made a clean death look civilized. Are there any more plans that we should know about? Any surprises? Devereux stood frozen. Robert, Francis said, her voice quiet. Nothing, no. Devereux retorted. Sir Francis held him in place with a final look. Then he turned. Steps. His steps precise and quiet. And disappeared into the corridor without so much as a farewell. Feels like the end of a scene, doesn't it? But it keeps going. Let's see what happens. Curious to remember what I fucking wrote. Somewhere in London, people whispered about a man who had built a machine for death, and Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex, weighed whether silence was a tool or a warning. In the path? In the dust? Is that what I meant? Keys are around. That followed Walsingham's departure. Outside, the air was damp with the threat of rain, the smell of the river thick in his lungs. A storm was coming. He could feel it in his marrow. He walked back to the corridor. He walked the back corridor toward the stables, toward the gate that opened. To the servants' alley. Ran like a vine behind the estate. A figure waited there, hooded, discreet, loyal. Sir Gelly Merrick. Gotta clarify this. Is it? I see so many different spellings of this all the time. So many different spellings. It always confuses me. So I've used different spellings, but ugh, history. Pick one, right? Stick with it. Then let's keep moving. Ignore spelling. Mayrick offered no greeting, only Mayrick offered a short nod. It's done then? Devereaux looked past him out into the night. Walsingham knows. Mayrick stiffened. Did he say so? He didn't have to. Then we move? Not yet. The Queen has not turned fully against me. Not while I wear civility like a second skin. Not while I claim barrels and tariffs. Mayrick eyed him. And if she moves against you? Devereaux finally looked at him. Then we give her something to turn against. He stepped into the alley, his cloak tugged by the wind. From within the folds of his sleeve he produced a sealed letter and handed it to Mayrick. For Southampton, quietly. Tell him the time has come to gather those still loyal to England, not to the Queen. Mayrick took the letter and disappeared into the dark. Devereaux lingered, watching the alley swallow his emissary whole. I feel like this is out of chronology. Then we move. Oh, so he's readying but not moving, I guess, was my intention here. Kind of forgot about this chapter. Definitely lingered watching the alley. Then he turned back to the house where the candlelight still flickered in Francis's chamber, where Walsingham's words still hung in the air. Like smoke. Just hung in the air, I guess. He would be cautious, he would be patient, but when the storm broke, he would not be caught beneath it. He would be the one who called it down. By morning, the messengers had been sent to Southampton, to Rutland, to loyal men in taverns and manors and printing houses and pulpits. He ate alone in a shutter room, dictating the letter between mouthfuls of bread and cured ham. Confusing to go back. Make the Queen the friend of Cecil, he murmured, quill in hand. Let it be known that if she leans even ever more heavily on his counsel, I don't need this. What a waste. Another dispatch went out, the one addressed to a printer of Fleet Street, unsigned, a pamphlet to stir dissatisfaction among merchants, guildmen, city aldermen, complaints about taxation, about favoritism, about the slow rot of the Queen's Court under Robert Cecil's hand. Elizabeth's printable secretary and son of Lord Burghley, the Queen's most trusted adviser before him, a man raised in the mechanisms of power who wore obedience like an armor. Devereux's rebellion would not start with a sword, but a suggestion. It would seep into sermons, sneak into gossip, and root itself in the common man's sense of grievance. When the time came to march, they would already believe they'd chosen it themselves. He sealed the letters with wax stamped with his crest, a Talbot hound baying toward a crescent moon. Cuff looked over the document with a scholar's eye. I don't think he'd give away evidence. That's a better place to end it. Cut mercilessly. Overwritten. It's just Mook. What's up? What's up? These are actually just my blue light glasses because I'm staring at the screen a lot today. A lot of writing today, baby. What's up? How's life at the paper, baby? What's going on? Tell me. Catch me up. Yep, blue blockers. That's it, baby. I'm using baby a lot all of a sudden. Don't know why. But how's it going? Good to have you here. Chapter 17, really closing in. I know I have 30 chapters in here. Okay. Apologies. Oh, yeah. Hip like Kojak. Man, you're hip using a Kojak reference. My God. Should I Google an explanation of Kojak to tell everybody who's not here who Kojak is? Let's see. Kojak, the bald, lollipop-sucking New York detective who isn't afraid to bend the rules to bust the bad guys for people who want to know. So the 70s. Was it the 70s? I didn't think it was that far back. But I guess so. Who loves you, baby? Oh, that boom. Great minds, Mook. Great minds. Okay. Let's how much longer do I have here? Another hour? Let's see if I can get done in another hour. Chapter 17. The rope swings both ways. The rope snapped tight. Another day, another drop, another life extinguished. Thomas Derrick stepped away from the gallows as the crowd shifted away from the final execution of the day, murmuring their approval of the swiftness of death, or, at the very least, their acceptance. The pulley system had become a fixture of the public square, expecting it like the tolls of bells. It worked without flaw now. It withstood... Not now. We haven't seen it work with flaw. It withstood the weight of each new sentence. And Thomas Derrick, once a condemned man himself, was no longer a pariah. He walked through the streets of London flanked by guarded silence and the occasional nod. A butcher handed him a half loaf of crusty bread. Maybe a baker handed him a half loaf of crusty bread. A young boy offered him a sprig of rosemary for remembrance. A widow left a bundle of herbs and a taper candle on his stoop. The tavern keeper no longer turned him away. Tonight, the tavern keeper never turned him away in the first place, but no longer eyed him with suspicion. Tonight the tavern keeper poured him a drink before he could even speak. "To the hangman," someone toasted. It was not jubilant, but it was something. Thomas raised his mug with a faint smile, touched the rim to his lips, and swallowed. The ale was warm and bitter, but it helped him get through the day without thinking about the lives he had taken only hours ago. He was called now for hangings across the counties, public and private alike, in the yards of jails, before silent crowds, behind the walls of noble estates where family shame demanded discretion. Also, I wanted to kind of throw Tyburn in here. In the air of Tyburn. In the air of Tyburn, before silent crowds, behind the walls of noble estates where family shame demanded discretion, sometimes 3 in a day, sometimes just 1, spaced weeks apart, but always the outcome was the same. The system never failed, and with every precise, efficient execution, his reputation spread. Coins now filled his purse. He no longer slept in the mold-stained quarters of the penal colony, but in a modest home with a dry roof, clean linens, and a hearth of his own. He had boots that fit, a woolen cloak, a sense of safety, but every night the bodies hung in memory. Broken necks, gurgled last words, the snap that echoed even when there was no sound at all. He massaged his neck with thumb and forefinger, in an unconscious reflex born of not just fatigue, but of creeping dread. It's as though we were testing its strength and caressing its frailty. It's as though he were testing its strength. How do I say that? The ache ran deeper than muscle, as though each knot beneath his skin held the memory of a neck he'd broken. At times, his fingers lingered there longer than he realized, pressing against phantom pain, as if expecting to find a rope cinching tighter with every breath. Sometimes he dreamt of the rope, sometimes of Catherine, but most often he dreamt of silence. Maybe it's too early to introduce this. I think that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to soft shoe Catherine in. But maybe he's a Y. The last warm body he had held. But most often he dreamt of silence, the cold absence of everything that came after the drop. How many times did I say after? But most often he dreamt of silence, the cold absence of what came after the drop. He sat alone in the corner of the tavern, his second mug untouched. The brief warmth from the ale quickly turned cold in his gut. He stared at the flames of the tavern's hearth. They flickered like red and gold ghosts popping, cackling. They swirled into the faces of the dead. Derek blinked hard, trying to force the faces from his imagination. As he watched the flames dance in the hearth, his mind drifted to a memory of a hanging done earlier that day. A young man no older than 20, still weeping as they tied his hands. The boy had stammered out a prayer unfinished before the rope cinched. Thomas's stomach churned at the recollection. The hearth's fire hissed, a log collapsing into ash, and in its swirl of ash and ember, Thomas thought he saw the outline of the boy's face. It twisted and vanished into nothingness. He brought a hand to his neck, massaging it, the phantom pressure like a noose tightening. Okay. Why? Because it's redundant. Kept saying the same thing twice. A trio of patrons at the next table whispered his name. That's him, the one who fixed the scaffold. Says he saved a man's soul, making it quick like that. A clever killer is still a killer. Ooh, I think I wanted to put something here. This is a great way to interject the lore of the executioner. So, while the myth, I'm putting this here because I'm about to insert a brand new thing. The myth is that's unverified is that Thomas Derrick was a sailor who potentially sailed at La Cadiz, which was known for having basically ransacked and pillaged and raped and tormented this Spanish village that England captured. And in real life, there's a myth that Thomas Devereux appointed that Robert Devereux appointed Thomas Derrick during this Battle of La Cadiz, even though it's not proven and it's just anecdotal, because they didn't have a hangman at sea, right? So, these sailors who committed these crimes were tried, found guilty, and there were like 24 sailors, but they needed somebody to do the execution. So Devereux, somehow or another, I don't know who did it, but Devereux or Thomas Derrick suggested that he be the hangman in order to escape his own death sentence, and that he had to hang the 24 sailors using the block and tackle, and then he used that technology coming back and modified the scaffold on land and became this famous executioner, blah, blah, blah. However, the reason that it's not included in the story like that is because it's just anecdotal. It's just a myth from history, but I wanted to include it because it's such a good story that I think it could be one of those rumors that circulate around the tavern. I heard that he's killed over 100 men by now. I heard that he hung 24 of his old shipmates at La Cadiz, and that he's always been good at a hanging or something. You know what I mean? Like that. So this is the perfect place to do it, to insert the lore that's really interesting and a fun story, but not provable, but still deserves a mention. Here we go. The myth is, I heard Derrick used to be a sailor, hung his shipmates on the mast. He did 23 and 20. 23. There you go. Oh. How about this? Sailed with Devereaux. Did it on the mast, he did. Good luck at the meeting, Mook. Make it happen. Okay, Babacus. Here to replace Mookie? Babacus, what's going on? What do you have to say? Also, I should do this. Babacus, I don't know if you're subbed or not, but I also have a YouTube live stream going. I'm going to go ahead and pin it to the top of the chat here. In case you don't want ads, you could always join the YouTube live stream. I am an equivalent quantity. Mookie is a fungible good. Oh my goodness. Babacus, your lexicon is impressive. Babacus, are you a writer? What's going on? Do you work at the paper with Mook? How do we know you? How do we know you? Like, are you just kind of lurking today? I mean, you're getting active in the chat. I can't really call you a lurker. Writer, found you through writing and reading. Oh, cool. Excellent, excellent. Well, happy to have you here. I don't know if you took a look at the schedule. Some people kind of come in late. I need to kind of keep a schedule, actually. We do a live writer's room later if you want to join in. I do that around 3 o'clock, 3:10 p.m. Pacific time. But until then, kind of working on my novel and stuff. Also, I have a Discord. If you want to join the Discord, I'll put that up too. If anybody wants to join the Discord, if you want to share your writing, sometimes we take some time out to look at other people's stuff. That's always fun too. But thanks for joining. I appreciate you being here. Oh, your board game meetup. That does sound cool. Excellent, excellent. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And stepping in for Mookie. I know he appreciates it too. The tavern door swung wide open, and in stepped a figure wrapped in the colors of victory. Edward Marlowe. This is a guy I just had to kind of create in history. Picked the name Edward because it was Elizabethan, and Marlowe because counterpart to Shakespeare. I knew that was a last name of the time. A little nod because we've already visited the globe in this story, so we also included Marlowe. Edward Marlowe newly returned from the war front, barely older than 21, and already celebrated. He carried himself like one unburdened by guilt, his eyes bright with pride, his cheeks flushed from the cold and the cheer. A few townsmen clapped him on the shoulder. The barkeep grinned wide and filled a fresh tankard. To Marlowe, someone called. A hero's return, another added. I'm liking the dichotomy of how infamous versus famous. How Thomas Derrick would have liked to have been received versus how he is being received. And you can see just his polar opposite in Edward Marlowe. Edward laughed and nodded humbly, offering handshakes and thanks. He did not yet know that youth and kindness things were things that could be taken in an instant. He had the kind of face that people wanted to believe in. Tell us, Marlowe, someone urged. What happened with the Spanish galleys near Calais? Marlowe raised his mug and leaned against a beam, his voice clear and modest. They caught us in fog. 3 ships to our 1. Our sails were torn before we even knew they were close. I held the forward line. Lost good men beside me, but we pushed them off. We burned 1 ship from the inside and forced the other 2 to retreat. I took a pike through the thigh and still made the deck by dusk. We held the harbor. A chorus of impressed gasps rose. A man stood to buy him another drink. A young woman clutched her chest and whispered his name as if it were a prayer. Thomas watched from the shadows, unseen. He studied Marlowe, not with envy, but with something close to mourning. There was a time Thomas might have stood in that place, might have worn a soldier's colors instead of the Black Death. He did not drink. The cheers, the toasts, the bright eyes, they all passed him by, and in their place was a silence he alone could hear. Their voices faded as a new one approached. A rider in the Queen's livery stepped through the door, the damp of the night clinging to his cloak. He scanned the room, found Thomas, and strode forward with purpose. Thomas Derrick, the man said, holding out a sealed parchment with the royal insignia. Her Majesty requests your presence at Whitehall. The tavern fell silent. Chairs scraped, cups stilled, the hearthwood popped. That's supposed to be. Thomas stared at the seal as if it might bite. When? He asked. You ride with the guard at dawn. The parchment was heavy in his hand, the seal unbroken. The Queen, not her ministers, not her courts, the Queen herself. He didn't speak again, not for the rest of the night. The crowd gave him space. Respect, fear, reverence. Thomas sat still in the corner, one hand on the letter, the other massaging his neck. His thoughts looped in circles. Had he done enough to escape what he was? Had he merely become the Queen's tool? And if he was so needed, so wanted, what did that make him? He stepped out into the night, wind curling through the narrow alleys. A lone shutter squeaked overhead, and the scent of roasted chestnuts drifted from a distant cart. The warmth of the tavern still clung to his skin, but out here the cold gnawed deeper. It seems like overwritten fluff, huh? Not really off stream. I try and do everything on stream, but yeah. Sometimes if we finish early or if I'm trying to procrastinate, I'll take a look at other people's stuff. Last stream, which you can go watch on the live section of my YouTube channel, I think I took some time out. We have a wonderful screenwriter here. Carrie Ann Author is the handle that she uses. And we went over her pitch deck for her series pilot. It's very well put together. And she put up the changes in the Discord, and it looks even tighter now. Really fun. Really fun. As he passed a shop window, his reflection caught in the warped glass, a dark figure, cloaked, steady. Behind the image, flickers of faces, ghosts of the condemned, seemed to gather like fog. I don't know what I was imagining when I wrote that. Behind the image, flickers of faces, ghosts of the condemned. As he passed a shop window, I don't need this. I kind of said that before. He blinked, and the vision vanished, but a sound remained, the soft creak of a rope swinging in his memory, taut and rhythmic like a lullaby for the dead. The smell of smoke and ash carried on the air. He passed shops. He passed shops, shuttered for the evening, the echo of his boots sharp on cobblestone. Somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled. As he neared home, Thomas passed a warm, amber-lit shop tucked between a cooper and a weaver. Through the small window pane, he caught sight of an elderly baker kneading dough on a flour table, shelves behind him brimmed with small sweet biscuits, crusty rolls, and treacle tarts cooling on iron racks. The glow of the oven cast golden light across the baker's face, and Thomas stood transfixed for a moment, watching the baker prepare for the next morning's market. He imagined a different life, one where the heat of an oven kept him warm through England's bitterly cold and windy winters, where the only work to be done was to take care of the dough, where his hands were used to create nourishment, not tighten ropes and hold bodies. If only it weren't too late for him. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of ash. It doesn't really burn anything. I feel like ash is a bad comparison. I think I probably wrote it in the moment because I needed a filler word, but now, since we're editing, it is time to choose a better word. Let's take a look at some synonyms for death. Prefer a world of sugar to his world of death. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of dispatch. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of executions. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of slaughter. I like the alliteration. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of slaying. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of snuffing. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of reaping. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of obliteration. Let me look for execution. Synonyms. Killing. I don't like the ing of slaying. I want to almost end it with a plosive. Ka-pa-da. Now ash is a little soft, but it was still better than ing. Let me look for murder. Murder synonyms. Maybe that's better. I prefer a world of sugar to his world of bloodshed. Yes. Slaughter, massacre, butchery. Ooh. I prefer a world of sugar to his world of butchery. No. I prefer a world of sugar to his world of homicide. World of destruction. World of annihilation. blood. The thing about blood is like, he hangs. I don't know that he like it's a neck snap. It's a drop. It's not really a lot of blood involved. Mr. DeCat, what's up? It's been a while. Yeah. Hey, I do these every Tuesday, noon Pacific Coast time, whatever that means for you, whatever region you're in. But hey guys, I mean, I have a small like little room full of writers here. Have I said anything that makes this sentence pop that you guys like? I'm almost thinking bloodshed so far has been my favorite. Even though I don't like the idea of its slaughter, carnage, death. I feel like death is just so general. Hey y'all, this is my dog, and she's being really needy right now. So, world of killing, butcher, decapitating, shoot, slay, strangle, execute. From a world of sugar to its world of eradication. I don't know why I'm so stuck on this one. Out of all the sentences, I just don't know. It feels this is what we're doing. This is where you get a little nitpicky. Oh, here we are. It's kind of this thing right here. He's imagining a different life for himself, right? So he imagined a different life, one where the heat of an oven kept him warm through England's bitterly cold and windy winters, where the only work to be done was to take care of the dough, where his hands were used to create nourishment, not tighten ropes and haul bodies. If only it weren't too late for him, he'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of bloodshed. I mean, I kind of like how bloodshed felt. I just didn't know if it was the best thing, bloodshed. Been like poring over what's the right word here, and I just don't know that I have it. I think this is the best I could do in a moment, unless someone out there smarter than me is willing to give me that word. Lifeless bodies. Well, I kind of already have whole bodies here, which implies lifeless bodies. I'm trying not to be too redundant. What I'm really trying to use this I just wanted to have like a little bit of an impact. I'm proud of this paragraph, and I just wanted to make sure it hit home. Rot, metaphorical with rot. Let's see. If only it weren't too late for him. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of rot. It's more accurate than bloodshed. And it's almost like his world is rotting around him. I like that route, Bobicus. Does anybody else have any other metaphorical routes like Bobicus had? I mean, rot's pretty good, and it has the plosive sound at the end that I wanted to. And his world of rot. Sounds good. That sounds good. Coming out of off the tongue. Bitter rot. He'd prefer, oh yeah, a world of sugar to his world of bitter rot. Or also, you know, if you want to do the direct counterbalance, I like what you said there. Bitterness. I mean, it ends with the S, but He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of bitterness. I don't know. Maybe you're right with bitter rot, though. I know it's a little obsessive, but I like the counterbalance of sugar and bitter. My dog's name is Sugar, and she won't leave me alone. 1 second. And can you chill? It'd be really great if you could do that. Oh, sour. That's good. Well, yeah, sour what, right? So, sour world of rot. That ends up being too much of a mouthful. Prefer a world of sugar to his sour world. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of bitter rot. Decay is similar. Sour existence. It's tough, right? Yeah, because like we're on the right track. Imagine a different life, one where the heat of an oven kept him warm through England's bitterly cold and windy winters, where the only work to be done was to take care of the dough, where his hands were used to create nourishment, not tighten ropes and hold bodies. If only it weren't too late for him. He'd prefer a world of sugar to this. He'd prefer a world of sugar to his world of bitter death that left a sour taste in his mouth. Maybe that's, honestly, Mr. DeCat, it's a little too much, but also yes. Because, like, maybe bitter death. Like, that's where I would end it. That left a sour taste in his mouth. It goes on a little too long. But I was thinking, oh, world of death just seems like too generic, but I think the addition of bitter versus sugar, and then being able to say death, and it also makes me think he'd prefer a world of sugar biscuits to his world of bitter death. That maybe that's why maybe it's like a counterbalance. But also cut mercilessly. You guys get it, world of sugar. We already talked about the dough. Why do I need to say biscuits? Bobicus says, I prefer sugar biscuits over sugar a lot. How about this? Let's do a quick poll. This is why I'm here. This is why it's nice to have you guys here. Let's decide. Sugar or sugar biscuits? Sugar biscuits. What do you guys think? No, Mr. DeCat, just being involved really helps me out. Like, I don't think it's anybody's strong point. Who does this? You know, this isn't human nature here. You know, sleeping, eating, shitting, hunting is this. We have to talk out. We have to figure out. Oh, 3 people for sugar biscuits. Okay, all right, cool. Well, polling makes the writing a lot easier. Because it's your strength. Excellent. Fantastic. Editing yourself in real time. Okay, so let's... okay, so he imagined a different life, one where the heat of an oven kept him warm through England's bitterly cold and windy winters, where the only work to be done was to take care of the dough, where his hands were used to create nourishment, not tighten ropes and hold bodies. If only it weren't too late for him. He'd prefer a world of sugar biscuits to his world of bitter death. He stood there longer than he meant to. Then, with a breath, he turned and continued down the lane. He let himself into his home and placed the parchment on the table, staring at it in the flickering light. The Queen's seal shimmered in gold. He poured himself water and sat on his bed, unable to remove his eyes from the letter. The rope still swung in his mind, and outside the scaffold awaited, growing damp in the night air. Tomorrow he would stand in front of a throne. Mabicus, I agree with you. It's nice too. And it was just as easy to read. You say I might also change his world of bitter death to this world of bitter death. I had that thought too. If more than one person had the thought, then maybe it's for a good reason. It felt more natural reading it, like you were expecting to read this world, not his world, right? Like it felt expected in a way that's satisfying to read. Okay. Cool. Let's move to chapter 18. Royal Pain. Oh, Sugar Biscuits officially won. Awesome. Okay. Whitehall Palace loomed ahead like a gilded promise turned hollow. A sprawl of Tudor brick and Renaissance ambition unfurled along the north bank of the Thames. Once the largest palace in Europe, a labyrinth of over 1,000 rooms, tempered galleries. Whenever I say once the largest palace in Europe, I have to realize who I'm saying. Who's speaking? So I already know I'm a third person limited omniscient narrator. But that kind of read like a history lesson. Scared my cat by popping champagne. This is a novel, so not a script. Yeah, exactly. Scrape the rude metal below. Oh, I see what you're going for. Mm, 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 mm. I have a solution for myself. Whitehall Palace loomed ahead like a gilded snare. A sprawl of Tudor brick and Renaissance. Like Renaissance ambition unfurled along the north bank of the Thames. This bothers me. I'll just cut it. A labyrinth of over 1,000 rooms, tempered galleries, courtyards, and painting ceilings so high they seemed to reach heaven. Here stood the banqueting house with its fluted columns and grand stone staircase. There. The privy gardens glided with dew and walled in neatly. This doesn't have a verb. And my dog won't leave me alone. Sorry, 1 second. Can you go hang out in here instead of? Okay. Sorry, my dog complains about my writing too. Bear trap. Who has the power of the game? And I would change the word there. This doesn't flow off the tongue. There. What are we talking about right now? Oh, but you spelled there differently, so I misunderstood you. Yeah, it doesn't, right? I kind of noticed that too. Okay. Y'all, one thing at a time here. Let me see here. I loomed ahead like a gilded snare. I'm happy with gilded snare. And if it's bear trap, it just really needs to be something of the time. Like, what's an Elizabethan version of a bear trap? Did bear traps even exist during Elizabethan England? Kind of a situation. A sprawl of Tudor brick unfurled along the north bank of the Thames, a labyrinth of over 1,000 rooms, timbered galleries, courtyards, and painted ceilings, so high they seemed to reach to heaven. Let's just do the banqueting house. Stood with its fluted columns and grand stone staircase next to the privy garden, still heavy with dew and walled, neatly trimmed boxwood hedges. Okay, you're talking about the third paragraph. Oh, okay. All right, let me get there. Devereaux dismounted at the outer gate, handed off his reins without a word, and smoothed the sleeves of his doublet. His boots clicked across the cobbled entrance yard as a cold wind pressed in off the river. He'd walked these paths 100 times before. The stones had seen him lead dances, win arguments, lose fortunes at cards, and trade secrets over goblets of claret. More than once, he'd stayed till dawn in the Queen's private chambers, fending off sleep with laughter and wine, his hand resting on hers as she dared him to bluff her in one more round. Theirs had been a game of power, flirtation, and fascination. But whatever affection you're saying theirs, let me find it in the chat. You said theirs doesn't something off the tongue. Where'd it go? Bomicus sounds fine to me. Where I saw somebody said something about there. Oh, incomplete. Who has power of the game? Oh, I see. So you want me to clarify who the pronoun? Okay, um, so it's Devereaux and the Queen. But wait, I think all these modifiers work out. We were just talking about Devereaux and the Queen right here. I mean, I could always just say, if you don't like theirs, I could always say what had once been a game of power, flirtation, and fascination. No, I think I'm gonna keep it. I think I'm gonna keep it. But whatever affection Elizabeth once had for him had since withered into something harder. She had grown suspicious. He had grown impatient. since withered. This, I mean, I'm almost kind of thinking I shouldn't even put this, even though I like it, because the reader should know this by this chapter. Could be a nice little reminder. And this is important because he's starting to spread falsehoods throughout England to challenge her power. And he's been under house arrest, hoping to get his status back. We know what his character wants. And it is important to the plot line that the reader know that he's becoming impatient with waiting out her forgiveness, essentially. Now those same familiar doors didn't look inviting. They looked final. Oh, also, guys, how did you like this transition? Where, like, tomorrow he would stand in front of a throne, and it's Thomas's chapter, and then it ends up being Devereaux standing in front of the hall in the next chapter. They're going to cross paths, you'll see, but I thought it was a fun transition. 1 second. My dog is really killing the vibe here. Okay. Okay, she's forcing me to give her a treat. I want her to. She's really good at this. She's really good at annoying herself into annoying me into giving a treat. Okay. Let's get back to it. Now those same familiar doors didn't look inviting, they looked final. He crossed under the archway into the great court, its carved stone lintels damp with winter mist. Guards lined the entry hall, halberds upright, faces unreadable. I hate unreadable faces. I kind of put this as like a placeholder. Whenever I don't have the word, but you'll see a bunch of unreadables that I will always change from my early drafts. The air inside smelled of beeswax and damp wool. Tapestries of myth and conquest lined the long galleries through their colors. Though their colors, not through though their colors seemed dimmer than before. I think it was the first paragraph I read it first. Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you. You can play. Each corridor seemed to narrow the space around him. Whitehall's splendor once made him feel immortal. Now it felt like a tomb, dressing itself as a palace. He passed a stained glass window of St. George, driving his lance through the dragon's neck. The queen had once told him he reminded her of that saint. Now the light barely passed through. The hero. We already know he's a saint here. It's about him losing his hero status to Queen. And I feel like I've already kind of said this. This might be redundant too. I just want to... Maybe it belongs somewhere else. I'm cutting it. I feel like it needs movement. I feel like that really was like a speed bump in the reading. 2 pages opened the doors to the presence chamber without a word. Devereaux inhaled, squared his shoulders, and stepped through. He expected Elizabeth alone, or perhaps flanked by some tired privy councillor too cautious to interrupt her. Instead, Sir Francis Walsingham stood at her side. The Queen sat poised on her throne. in white and gold, her eyes already on Devereaux like a needle pressed to the skin. Walsingham didn't move. He didn't need to. Walsingham didn't move. Devereaux approached, bowing deeply, every inch of the motion rehearsed. Your Majesty, you wish to see me? The Queen did not rise. She turned her head slightly, her expression unreadable. See? Her fingers resting on the fan. Okay, the Queen did not rise. She turned her head slightly, resting her hand on a sealed letter bearing her insignia. You're late, she said. Only by courtly margins, Majesty. I would not delay you with anything so vulgar as time. Pick this up from somewhere. I think it makes it more confusing. Only by courtly margins, Majesty. Basically, England, Elizabethan for better, like for showing up fashionably late, right? She looked at him for a long moment and slowly turned her gaze to Walsingham. Behind her, the spymaster gave the smallest nod, and Devereaux felt it, not just suspicion this time, but judgment. The tide in the room had already turned. Long before he entered. Sir Francis. We already know he's Walsingham. Sir Walsingham stepped forward, the parchment in his hand already opened, as if this audience had begun long before Devereaux arrived. Oh, I just said the same thing twice. I regret the necessity, Your Majesty, Walsingham began, his voice measured, but new intelligence continues to surface. Devereaux resisted the urge to scoff. Instead, he offered a half-smile towards Walsingham. Francis, if I had known you'd be here, I would have brought wine. Walsingham didn't answer him. He addressed only the Queen. The broadsheets circulating in Southwark last week bore Lord Essex's crest. Sermons have shifted in tone. There's a mention of a righteous lion cast aside by a blind crown, and 3 letters sent to gentlemen in Blunkins Inn, coded but clearly inked. I ignore the spelling. And it's actually Lincoln's Inn. Sorry. There we go. It's a well-established court of like 4 different legal societies of barristers in London. A nice little history nugget there. Check the chat. Am I doing good? Everybody's doing good? I'm not boring everybody. Or maybe I am, and you've all fallen asleep. Coded but clearly linked. Devereaux's shoulders stiffened. And you believe this has anything to do with me? I believe perception shapes action, Walsingham said evenly, and you've cultivated a following that mistakes your charm for integrity. The Queen slowly rose from her seat, her fingers brushing against the carved edge of the armrest. Her voice, when she spoke, was quiet but iron-bound. Robert, I have tolerated your petulance. I have forgiven your vanity. I have looked the other way while you gambled away coin, trust, and titles. But I will not abide subversion. Subversion? Devereaux took a step forward, tone tightening. Is that what you call concern? I have served you since I was a boy. I bled for England, for you, in Ireland. And now because Walsingham reads shadows into smoke, reads inked vagaries. She cut him off. Walsingham sees what I choose not to. Silence stretched. Walsingham cleared his throat. If I may speak freely, Your Majesty, the Queen gave a slight nod. He looked directly at Devereaux, and for the first time, there was something raw behind his eyes. I've said nothing of what I've found until now. For her sake. His voice dropped. For Francis. The room held its breath. Devereaux didn't speak. Walsingham turned back to the Queen, but duty to the crown cannot bend around blood. If he continues, the damage won't be rumor, it will be riot. The Queen stepped down from the dais, each footfall deliberate on the checkered stone floor. This is your final warning, she said, her gaze locked on Devereaux. Withdraw from your petty circles. Disavow those who speak on your behalf. Disappear for a season, or you will disappear forever. He opened his mouth, anger rising, pride wounded. One more word, the Queen snapped, and I'll see you to the tower before sunset. Her words shook him like a thunderclap. Devereaux's mouth closed. I'm guessing I meant he bowed, shallow this time, and turned, cloak swishing behind him in retreat. Maybe here. Each corridor seemed to narrow the space around him. Whitehall's splendor once made him feel immortal. Now it felt like a tomb dressed as a palace. Whitehall's splendor now felt like a tomb dressed as a palace. Walsingham remained still as the Queen watched Devereaux vanish through the doors. The chamber exhaled, and the silence that followed wasn't relief. It was the sound of a bridge being burned. The gates of Whitehall yawned open once more, but this time for a man no one expected to walk through them. Thomas Derrick rode not on horseback, but in a small covered cart flanked by 2 royal guards dressed in scarlet and gold. He was not in chains, yet the weight on his chest felt heavier than iron. The parchment bearing the Queen's seal rested in the inner pocket of his doublet like a talisman or a trap. Fuck that. I've already kind of done this. Is it gold or is it a trap? Kind of nonsense. I need to cut it out. Oh yeah, guys. It was a good time to go back to the top of the chat here. I have the pinned YouTube link. Always trying to get to those 50 subs so I can do some vertical videos. That would really help me out if you haven't. You don't even have to watch. You just have to join. Oh, Carrie Ann, what's up? What's up? Sorry, I was focused. How's it going? Let's see. Out of this. Did the screenwriting class. Mookie's on the YouTube. Fantastic to have you guys. Ooh, it's almost 3. So we did a little subversion, right? We ended on the Thomas Derrick chapter saying, hey, the Queen summoned you. And then we opened up the next chapter on Devereaux having his meeting with the Queen, saying, I've heard that you've been spreading rumors about me, trying to get um, tradesmen, uh, the priesthood, guildsmen, the law on your side, saying that my ear's been poisoned by my own counsel, Robert, and the spy master, your father-in-law, is supplying me with the evidence. I swear to God, this is your last warning. If I see you step out of line one more time, that's the Tower of London. That's him dying. That's him being executed. So now Devereaux is backed into a corner. He has to like stay put and be a good boy, or fight for his life. This is his big no point of no return, where he has to make this huge decision. And while the Queen has been chastising Devereaux, we see that Thomas Derrick, her next appointment, is on his way in to kind of celebrate his achievement as the inventor of the new system of the gallows, and become the Queen's royal executioner, and have him swear his allegiance to her. 256. Let's see how far we can get. Thomas Derrick rode not on horseback, but in a small covered cart, flanked by 2 royal guards dressed in scarlet and gold. He was not in chains, yet the weight of his chest felt heavier than iron. The parchment bearing the Queen's seal rested in the inner pocket of his doublet. Whitehall, in all its grandeur, rose before him like something carved from a dream. Gilded archways, spiraling chimneys, balconies draped with tapestries fluttering in the breeze. Courtiers passed like shadows between the columns. Perfume clung to the air, along with wood smoke and the echo of distant violins from some hidden gallery. So Devereaux's seeing it like a trap, and Thomas is seeing it in all of its splendor, having 2 different experiences at the same location. Thomas felt as though he were intruding on a painting. A steward met him at the front stair, brows drawn at the sight of this guest. The Queen has instructed that you be received formally. Before Thomas could reply, he was led inside. What followed was a quiet stripping of everything that made him comfortable. His boots were taken and replaced with polished slippers. His clothes were removed, his face washed, and his hair combed with rough haste. No one spoke directly to him. They addressed his body like it was a suit of armor being mended. He stood in a receiving room afterward, alone but under surveillance. The chamber was tall and sunlit, with walls painted in allegories of justice and order. Lady Justice, blindfolded, scales tipped, St. Paul with his sword, a phoenix rising. Thomas knew death when he saw it. These walls pretended it was poetry. His hands twisted in front of him. The sleeves of the borrowed tunic itched. He tried not to fidget, but kept reaching for the phantom feeling of the gallows rope, or the cold bite of winter air on his old coat. Here everything was soft, distant, and wrong. From outside the chamber, muffled voices rose and fell. Heavy doors opened somewhere else. Footsteps echoed. He caught the tail end of a voice, low and sharp, unmistakably angry. Low, sharp, and unmistakably angry. Sharp. It faded, and moments later another door creaked open. The steward returns. Her Majesty is ready, he said. The hallway outside the presence chamber was quiet. Marble underfoot, oil lamps and golden sconces lining the walls, and an endless hush that felt curated. I don't need an endless hush. And I feel like this is just overwritten, don't you? I feel like it's overwritten. I just felt like a speed bump in the pacing. Thomas followed the steward. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, each footfall sounding louder, come on, Derek, than it should. He wasn't sure if it was nerves or some lingering echo of the condemned men whose lives had passed through his hands, maybe both. Don't need that. As they rounded the corner, he nearly collided with someone exiting. The wing of the court. The man was moving quickly, cloak still stirring behind him like a snapped banner. Robert Devereaux. Thomas recognized him instantly. Their eyes locked only for a second, but in that second, hours of recognition seemed to pass. Not even hours, a lifetime. And I don't need of recognition, just that kind of bullet time feeling that the Matrix gives you. Everything slowed down. A lifetime passed in seconds, right? Devereaux slowed, taking a full measure. Oh, it's past 3. Oh, shit. We're about to get into the juice, too. This is the edit line. Edit line! This is where I'll pick up next week. Making some good progress. Okay, everybody, it is time to take a break. Thank you so much for joining. We're going to have a 10-minute, little restroom kind of go hydrate, go take your pet outside, which is what I got to do, and we'll be back for my God, it's so hard to talk. We'll be back for the digital writer's room. We're going to pick up where we left off last week. We are not done. We're going to essentially brute force our way through the end of the script, and then we're going to do punch-ups until we feel satisfied. Okay? So stick around, and we will be right back.
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the show.
All right, I hope everybody had a good hydration, pet scratchy, break. If you don't have a pet, hope you scratched yourself, I guess. I don't know. Y'all, this is kind of our setup for our writer's room. You could see off to the left side of this screen notes left over from our digital whiteboard that I use. Freeform is what we use, and in the center we've been working on the script. We kind of got hung up in some details, and then I had to make the executive decision that we would power through, and then we would go back through punch-ups. But I want to catch everybody up on the idea that we came up with, how we arrived at it, all this kind of stuff. Make sure everybody's on the same page, Mr. Cat. I know you're back on after a little while of being gone, so let's catch up. And I have to catch up as well. It's always good to kind of like get a running start to build some momentum into your work. So we have a concept of a plan. This concept was, let's see, did we end up having? It's about past life. We threw some ideas at the wall about what it would be like if people in this kind of genie in a bottle world type genre started remembering their past lives, and then we kind of evolved it into a past life app. You know, there's a DNA test where through cellular technology you can now learn for real who you used to be. And we find a couple in crisis is where our story opens. Two fast food workers are in the parking lot between their jobs. Ironically, our person, Laura, and Paul. Laura is working at a Dairy Queen and used to be Cleopatra. And the crisis that Paul is having is that he received his results, and throughout the entirety of history has never been anyone significant, and is kind of struggling with the insecurity. People know who people used to be, and we find out that Laura is becoming popular in her town, which is exacerbating Paul's insecurity, and we're at a precipice of will they, won't they. Our goal here is to have something around 5 pages or less. If we go over 2, I guess we have to, it's fine. When we're telling the story. So we threw a bunch of ideas against the wall. We picked the ones that served our story, not always necessarily the funniest or best or smartest, the ones that serve our story. And then turn them into some story beats, which we're working through right now. This is what I am referencing whenever I'm talking about brute forcing. Things on the left side of the screen in the story beats. We're going to force out our rough draft and then go back and punch up ideas, fill in plot holes, and write better dialogue and get more microscopic as we move forward. So with that being said, if you were around for the very first part of the live stream when we do some improv storytelling, some improv writing, and story development, we have our beats. The ones that I like to use just because most people are familiar with it is like the Blake Snyder Save the Cat beat sheet, but it's really the hero's journey. Read any screenwriting book or book on writing, and it's all different definitions for the exact same thing. So that's what we're doing. We have our opening image here, Laura, female in a Dairy Queen uniform standing in front of Paul, male, in a Burger King uniform in a parking lot. Cleo sliding off a ring and handing it back to Paul. The setup is their relationship. Are you breaking up with me? Also included in the setup is the inciting incident. We're kind of coupling those two beats together. What the audience needs to know is that this world of stasis has been interrupted by this brand new technology that allows people to see their past lives. We kind of already made the call on the fly. You'll notice that our old note was the barriers of time and space are breaking down, allowing people to remember their past lives. But now we've streamlined it into a simpler, more modern explanation, kind of Black Mirror style. Then we're into the debate section where it's Laura's literally will they, won't they section of the story. And Laura's POV is, hey, I don't want my past to define me. I love you and I want to stay together. Could be a metaphor for a bunch of things in modern love, just anybody's immediate past, not necessarily their past lives, Cleopatra and otherwise. And then we have Paul, who has these feelings of insecurity, thinking, well, I don't want to hold you back because you're obviously, because greatness is within you and I've never amounted to anything. I'm going to end this before you inevitably hurt me. Look at you, you're a rising star. People are finding out that you're Cleopatra, is kind of the angle that Paul's coming at this scene with. And then we have their home, work, and play. This is just loose terms for how they handle different aspects of their life. What do you do when you're alone? What do you do when you're around others informally? And what do you do around others formally? Then we have, what is it? The commitment to the journey. Oh, yeah, this kind of moment of the obstacle being something a little external to just this decision that they have to make, which is that in this world, we play the game the game of, if this is true, what else is true? And so if someone used to be Cleopatra, then also somebody used to be Mark Antony. And if everybody can find out who is who, then we're going to have Mark Antony, who is a rich, famous tech CEO who uses his money, power, and influence to find Cleopatra, or Laura, and calls her in the heat of this moment, kind of throwing a wrench into the plan, which is if Mark declares his love for Cleo, makes her an offer, we should get together, we're destined to be together, let's rule together again. We both know how that worked out. It was a line that was pitched to us by the writer's room. We have a false victory, false defeat, midpoint, no turning back moment, which is like, let me call you back. And then even much more than that moment will be, what do Paul and Laura decide to do in that moment? Well, your obstacle intensifies. You have to make a decision right now, and then we're going to pack on the heat by saying, hey, break's over, you got to get back to work. We need a decision right now, and you can't think about it. I have Mark Antony, a tech CEO, calling me saying he wants to be with me and offer me everything. A job calling me back that I technically don't have to go to if I accept his offer. But it's all depending on you, Paul. Do you love me enough to see past who I used to be and recognize me for who I am today, as a metaphor for our larger relationship obstacle. So we have the dark night of the soul, which is whenever Paul turns the ring over in his fingers and gives up and watches the thing he loved walk away. Then Paul has to formulate a new idea. This is the quote from Forrest Gump, I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is moment. It doesn't always have to be a physical plan. It can be a revelation. It could be internal, an internal resolve, and then a finale where maybe he makes a grand gesture, comes and takes Cleo by the hand and puts the ring back on her finger, and we make a nice little profound speech or something that has to do with past and present. Okay, so I think that catches everybody up on where we are in the process. I have so many screens on my screen, so many windows on my screen. Okay. Let me check the chat. Mr. DeCat says, I need to start forcing out my story. Do it. Do it. You can't edit a blank page. Okay. So with that being said, now that we're kind of caught up on the premise, sorry, but for the newbies, I think it's important that you know. Let's read through the script that we've written. We've only got 2 pages of this thing. We're trying to keep it around 5, and we have more beats to write. So, exterior, parking lot, day, Laura, 20s. Dark, elegant features hidden in a Dairy Queen uniform. Pulls a meager engagement ring off of her finger. She wipes away a tear and hands it to Paul, 20s, an unremarkably plain man with a kind face. He is wearing his Burger King uniform, cardboard crown and all. I think it's for the best. Cleo digs her shoe into the asphalt of the parking lot. It's not my fault. It's no one's fault. Paul holds up his phone to show Laura his past life test results. You can scroll to the beginning of time. I've never been anyone who amounted to anything. A car drives by, honking. A man hangs out the window, taunting Laura, catcalling. The Egyptian queen can't make it past Blizzard Maker at Dairy Queen. Laura flips off the car and refocuses on Paul. Is this because I mixed up your birthday with my dad's? No. Is it because I said no to a chocolate fountain? Of course not. Is it the fact that you were Cleopatra? I think it's supposed to be a question mark. Laura throws back her head in frustration. I don't care about that. Paul, everyone else does. It's only a matter of time you will too. You said it when you found out. You said, maybe I'm meant for something greater. Okay, so this is where we've left off. Let's also go and match it in our beat sheet, or outline, kind of. It's a beat sheet. It's not really an outline. But, let's see. Cleo's really beautiful. Peasant is mid. Are you getting cold feet, or is this because I'm Cleopatra? The inner Cleopatra calling herself to greatness, a higher purpose. Always been poor, you've always been happy. Can you say the same? Is Cleo willing to sacrifice another lifetime of hers for a mediocre existence? Okay. These are some good questions that maybe if we put in the mouths of other characters, it could seem like really pointed dialogue. Like, let's give this a try. Like if Laura took Paul's point of view, which is calling him out on you're trying to break up with me because this is very on the nose. Break up with me because what is it? You're trying to, what did I say earlier? Trying to avoid hurt by you're just scared of getting hurt, so you're trying to hurt me first, is the dumb way of saying that. Paul. It's going to say, telling me you're willing to sacrifice a life, a whole lifetime of mediocrity, a whole lifetime of mediocrity with me, of greatness, or a life of I put an ugly pause here, and then maybe a buzz, right? And then italicize that, make it sound effecty. And then let's go and just do our thing here. We have the Mark Anthony bit right here. Set her phone. Set a private number. She answers. Hello. Okay. Guys, this is where the writer's room kind of comes in too. I'm not going to get hung up on every little sentence, but along the way, feel free to make some suggestions, right? If you're starting to feel in the groove with the story, what does Mark Antony say? You find out, you put yourself in his shoes. It's like a little acting exercise. Writing is acting too, right? So you find out that you're Mark Antony. You've had one of the greatest romances in history. And not only that, but the person who used to be your greatest romance in the totality of recorded history is alive. She is a employee at Dairy Queen right now, and you have all the power to contact her. You're a lonely tech CEO. You have basically surrounded yourself with a bunch of gold diggers, and while you have access to a lot of luxury and a lot of like very beautiful women, the one thing that maybe you're craving is that intense, passionate, intimate human connection. And here you think that maybe the universe has handed it to you. And you're an overconfident billionaire who people don't really tell you no very often, if at all. And you pick up the phone and you call. You call your historically amazing lover, right? So what does that call sound like? Right? And so now we've like we've recapped the premise. Hello, Mark. I don't think we gave the guy a name. No, we'll call him Mark for short. Actually, he doesn't even need lines. Listens. Listens. Private helicopter. Listens. Can't go to Bora Bora and shift. Okay. And then, can I think about it? And then we have Paul. Tapping his foot or rocks on his heels. Tongues on the inside of his cheek. right? Who is that? Mark. Anthony. Or at least used to be. He's let's brainstorm some like really rich sounding names, you know? Some like really techie CEO, like you hear that name and it's like, oh well that guy's rich, right? For my writer's room. You gotta participate. That's the deal. Pitch me some stuff. Is everybody here still? Everybody come back from break? He's the CEO of Techstar Inc. Something like that. A guy with a mega yacht. And what else? Guy, you know, owns half of Silicon Valley. Laura nods, yes. Well, he wants me to quit my job and come meet him. He thinks that we're destined to be together since, you know, at one point we were. I don't care about them. This is what it's going to be like, you know? Everyone is going to want a piece of the picture. Let's go back to the outline. Just keep doing it. Fun and games declares his love for Leo. Let's rule together again. He'll just like kind of say his worst nightmare. I'll love you and more. We get together. Probably rule the world again. Both know what that turns out. Okay, then we have writers. We're taking a look at the stuff here. What are we thinking? But now that turns out okay. It intensifies. What do we say? Breaks over, Your Majesty? I'm cleaning out the grease traps. Laura waves him off and faces Paul again. This isn't on me. It's on you. That's right, this is a metaphor for, you know, basically your body count. Can this guy's insecure? Can this guy overcome his insecurity about who this woman has been with in her past to allow himself to feel worthy and be of her love, right? And check the Twitch. How's everybody feeling? Is everybody still there, or did everybody bail? Just wondering. Got Income Play. I got Mookie. I got Mr. DeCat. All right. Just checking. Is my audio on? Let me double check. Oh, I'm here. I'm on Fortnite. Okay. Cool. Got it. Well, then it's just me powering through this. Here we go. How's Fortnite going? Are you winning? I don't know that. I don't really know how it works. I know it's popular though. This isn't on me, it's on you. You need to make a decision right now. Paul. Waffles? Is that what I call it? Like waffling? Dawdles? Fail to make one's mind. Yeah. If I'm telling you this right now. I don't remember being in Egyptian queen. And also not going back in there. I don't know. I'll tell you this right now. Well, just tell us then, right? It's I'm not going back in there. I'm not better than clinking out grease traps. I'm certainly smart enough to not throw away a good thing. Hope you feel the same way. I am going back in there. I'm going back to work. Not because that's she, like, whatever she says needs to spark an inspiration into Paul, right? Like oh, Mookie, we're just editing here. Probably not that much of a balance. We're powering through, we're muscling, we're brute forcing our way through the end of our writer's room story. It's not because she needs the money, it's like going back in there. I'm going to clean those grease traps. Could take. That we make our own destiny. That's where real greatness comes from. Once you realize that maybe if you're lucky enough, if you're lucky enough to realize that early on, maybe you can be a legend in this time. So you can be great in this time. Returns, leaving Paul Defeated. Parking lot. I think that's the bolder move there. We're just going through the beats, Mook. Remember, Paul, it's a good question, but also answer it, because I'm not sure. I didn't come in here with an idea of what it should be. We have to kind of figure it out together in the writer's room. So pitch me some ideas of where Paul is at mentally, right? So I know where we started. Paul is battling insecurity. Paul has decided that once he found out that Laura used to be Cleopatra, and she's starting to become famous, and even has a rich reincarnation of Mark Antony, reaching out to her to like rekindle their historic love interest. It only strengthens Paul's insecurity. It only feeds the monster, right? So it's at this point in the story where hopefully these words from Laura have sparked a revelation, even if it's like an internal, mental, ideological revelation within Paul that gets him to get her back, right? Like, what action does Paul need to take to overcome his insecurity? He's lost his love in this moment. He literally had a ring. He literally has the ring back in his hands, and it is his fault. He asked for it back. He has been hoisted by his own petard, right? He's suffering from his own decision, and he has to turn everything back around. Let's see. You could say, but you are my good thing. Prove my resolve. The app is not predestination. It's an opportunity, right? An opportunity for change. Good, good. So we kind of have that. We kind of have that sentiment here with what Laura's saying. Because she has an opportunity to be taken on the big hot air balloon ride by the rich guy, right? But she said, I'm going back in there, referencing the Dairy Queen. I'm going to clean those grease traps, because the one thing that's true about me and Cleopatra is that we make our own destiny. That's where real greatness comes from. And if you're lucky enough to realize that early on, then maybe you can be great in this timeline too. Maybe you can be great. And maybe you can be great right now. Like all modern technology, it'd be funny if an app update changed everything. It would be funny. It would be funny. However, that's passive action. How can we get Paul to take action? What can he do? Ooh, you know what? Paul has a Burger King crown. What if he makes her his queen? What if that's his action? And can play. Where's the romance? Exactly. We need the big romantic gesture. So, writers, you're in a writer's room. Pitch me how to turn this around. What action can Paul take to get Laura back? That isn't the world doing the work for him. The world already changed the stasis, right? It changed their circumstance. They were already ready to be wed. These fast food kids. Mr. DeCat, what the situation? Also here, internet playing up. Oh, Jesus Christ. How much are you out of the loop, Mr. DeCat? I don't know. We just did a big recount of this. I feel like I spent 20 minutes trying to catch everybody up. So you need to tell me where to start because I don't want to go through the whole thing again. We don't want Paul to bow to her, I think you mean. Yeah. What do you want her to do? What do you want him to do? We want Paul to take action. We want Paul to get her phone, call back Mark Anthony, and threaten to kick his ass? Do we want to have Paul chase after her, make her an offer she can't refuse? Can we make Paul make her a promise that that even though he can't promise her anything, if she's anything of material, what can he give her? He can play, so we don't like Paul. That is not the question. Ink can play. Everybody ignore Ink can play's question. We like Paul. We like all of our characters. We want them to try and get what they want, right? If we didn't like Paul and we wanted him to be miserable, we'd just kind of end it right here, and Laura would walk away, and poor Paul would just be so insecure that he ruined his own life. But we are trying to bring the story back around, right? We are trying to get Paul and Laura back together. We're going from a negative to a positive. How did this script start? With them breaking up. Mookie says we are on page 4. Great analysis, Mookie. Fantastic. Sharp eyes. But what about the story? What about the story? Anybody on YouTube? Got any ideas? No? Maybe not? So I had an idea for Paul to disappear from a girl assassin, lol, disappear. I don't get it, Ink and Play, but way to have a half-baked idea straight out of the Fortnite session. So I had an idea for Paul to disappear from a girl assassin. Lol, disappear. I don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Hey, sometimes the simplest answer is the best. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a hint. Whenever you're stuck like this, what's the honest answer? What's the honest answer? You don't have to be clever. You can just be honest in this situation. This girl that you love is suddenly becoming popular against her will, right? Like, she didn't make this app. People are finding out who they used to be in their past lives. You look at your past life and realize that you've never been anybody of note, just mostly farmers and peasants and maybe a furniture upholsterer at best or something, you know? What about a boombox outside the window like a Taylor Swift thing, lol? Yes, that is the moment that we're looking for. Now take the actual geography of where they are, the world in which they live in. If this is true, what else is true, right? And where they are right now, Laura's walking away. He has the ring. He has his Burger King crown on. He's going back. She's not accepting Mark Anthony's proposal, and she's been turned away by the guy who assumes that she's too good for him. And now the ball is in Paul's court. Paul Paul's the one taking action. Laura has stated her action, stated her point of view, and has taken her action. I had an idea that he was bad and a girl kills him. Okay, that's an idea. It's not for this one, I'll say. It's an idea. It is an idea. I appreciate it. Thank you for suggesting it. We need Paul to use the app to contact Mark Anthony and reintroduce him to Mark Antony's first wife, Octavia. Okay. That is clever, Mook. That is clever. But Laura's walking away right now. So I think the answer is to just take a look at the situation. You either let her go or you chase after her. Or we jump into time. We jump through time. But I think the idea is the reason that we write these 5 pages, or maybe there's something that Gabe would like to direct and point a camera at, right? So we can get this done in one location with a couple of actors. I think it might be something as nearly reaches Laura reaches out to open the door of the Dairy Queen, but a hand stops her from going inside. Turns around, and we see Paul. He looks into his eyes and looks back at her. He puts his Burger King crown on her head. Let's see. Mr. DeCat, tell her why he loves her, not because of who she was, but for who she is now. Yes, Mr. DeCat. Whenever it sounds like too simple, that's kind of it, right? That's the honest situation. Sometimes taking action is telling the truth, right? Let's tell the truth. So this is always a great opportunity to kind of take something and write what you know. We've all been in a relationship of some sort or had a very serious relationship, even, if it's a metaphor, even if you've never been in a romantic relationship before. You've had a close relationship with a friend, you've had a close relationship with a relative. This is where you draw on your honest feelings and turn them into dialogue that resonate. If they emotionally resonate with you, then they'll emotionally resonate with the reader. So let's kind of dig into our diaries, right? Our journal entries, those feelings that were so palpable that it compelled us to become writers so we could write it down in the first place and put that into Paul's dialogue right here, right now. Paul, and this is fun too, Mookie's suggestion here. So I still have a chance even against a Roman general and a politician. But let's turn that question into declarative to give Paul power finally. If Paul starts asking questions at this point, then he's still relying on Laura's character to give him permission to love her, but that's not what she needs. And it's not what he needs either. His character needs to step it up. His character needs to overcome his insecurity. I may be a cashier. I may have never made employee in the month. Or never been awarded anything in the history of humankind. And I promise in this life to not let anyone in between us. Not a Roman general. Politician. Or some tech bro with too many yachts. Something like that. Okay, how about we break it up with this? Paul says, okay, what if character best friend is long lost sibling of the boy? I'm into lost siblings. Great distraction in can play. But in the here and now, all I know is that I have feelings for you. I like the clean grease trap or not. Like, way to throw it back to something early in the script. Yes, Mr. DeCat, my romance is wild, because the story kicks off with her disappearing to do her own thing and then leaving him broken shock and realized he really did love her, leaving the bulk of it this self-grown thing, or at least the first half till she come back. I don't get your note, to be honest with you. I meant odd, not wield. My romance is odd because in it the stories kick off with her disappearing to do her own thing and leaving him broken shock. Are you talking about this story, the one we're talking about? Like, in your mind, do you have another version of it? I'm just a little unclear on your note there. Okay, so I kind of like what Mookie said earlier, but in the here and now, all I know is that I have feelings for you. Clean grease trap. Okay, and I even have feelings for you. That's some like Bachelorette kind of reality TV show dialogue talk. They were already engaged. He just needs to re-proclaim his love to her. Clean grease trap or not. I may not. No. Clean grease trap or not. With the crown, you're my queen. I love you. Clean grease trap or not. Will you lead another whole life with me? And kisses. Something like that. Just sweet and sentimental. Oh, I'm writing my own romance novel. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Well, a little context would have helped there, Mr. DeCat. Come on. Okay, okay. After your shift, let's go conquer the world together. I like that better than like a life of mediocrity. After your shift, will you conquer the world with me? I like that. Okay, okay, excellent, excellent, great. That's about 4 pages. It feels like a good natural end to this. There could potentially be a funny button. Maybe the manager, Laura, get your ass back to work. Laura, listen to him. He used to be a whole lot. Right? But something like that. Okay, okay. Let's take a look at what we have and see if we can find ways to punch it up. So, writers, let's go ahead and save. Let's go back to the top of the script here. Let's read through and let's start. Let's start reading for pacing. Start feeling like, oh, there could be a tighter joke there. There could be a more clever turn of phrase, or, ooh, we mentioned this at the top of the story. However, we never like really finished the thread at the end. We should tie it together, blah, blah, blah. So, exterior parking lot day. Laura, 20s, dark, elegant features hidden in a Dairy Queen uniform. The uniform doesn't need to be capitalized. Pulls a meager engagement ring off her finger. She wipes away a tear and hands it to Paul, 20s, an unremarkably plain man with a kind face. He is wearing his Burger King uniform, cardboard crown and all. I think it's for the best. Cleo digs her shoe into the asphalt of the parking lot. It's not my fault. It's no one's fault. Paul holds up his phone to show Laura his past life test results. You can scroll to the beginning of time. I've never been anyone who amounted to anything. A car drives by, honking. A man hangs out the window, catcalling Laura. They're taunting Laura. We don't need catcalling here. It's redundant. Save us a little space. Here's what I don't like. The replication of Queen. The Egyptian Queen can't make it past Blizzard Maker at the Dairy Queen. Also, we don't know this man's relation to her. And how does he know what her position is in Dairy Queen is kind of something. So maybe something a little bit more grounded in reality. I think like the old line was, hey, Cleopatra, I have a throne for you to sit on. I have a throne you can sit on. Laura flips off the car and refocuses on Paul. But is there anything else? Because let's think about what we need. We need the audience to start to know at this point, this couple's breaking up, and it's because this girl used to be Cleopatra. It's a little crass, but it does get the job done. Does anybody have any alternates? And also, if anybody's interested, my wife is playing Dinkum. Animal Crossing with higher stakes. Very enjoyable. Dinkum should really be paying me for all the mentions I get. Just waiting on the chat. Anybody? If no, that's no problem too. I'll come back to it. But let's keep going. Laura flips off the car and refocuses on Paul. Come sit on my throne. Hey, Cleopatra. Come sit on my throne. Laura flips off the car and refocuses on Paul. Is this because I mixed up your birthday with my dad's? No. Is it because I said no to a chocolate fountain? Of course not. Is it the fact that you were Cleopatra? Laura throws back her head in frustration. I don't care about that. Everyone else does. It's only a matter of time you will too. You said it when you found out. You said, maybe I'm meant for something greater. So now we also have this, say dads? Dads? Oh, lowercase. Here's some funny bits, right? Where we could do alternates. What are some things that, is this because this? Is this because this? No, it's because you're fucking Cleopatra. Let's see, the chocolate fountain was about their engagement. But what are things, like little small things that maybe have bothered you in a relationship? Like, I don't know, like the trope of, you never, is this because I keep bothering you about putting the seat down? Could be another reference to a throne. The porcelain one. Is it because snore too loud? I like that better than mixing up your birthday with my dad. That's because I snore too loud. I don't think we need too loud. They should own a coffee shop or jewelry shop. I'm just throwing ideas out. You are throwing some ideas out. Like, they need to kind of fit the narrative that we already have or enhance it in some sort of way, would be my note for your note. Like, what does this mean? How can owning a coffee shop or a jewelry shop help this idea? You know what I mean? Otherwise, I would just try and look at your notes in the context of the story that we've already created, right? Like, we're doing the work, and we started with the big work, the throwing ideas against the wall, creating the narrative, and then we got smaller, and then we started outlining the beats of the story, right? The Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and then we were narrowing it even more. So it really needs to be about like what's happening on the page right now, and how can we make that better. Up to A, up to the chocolate fountain. Because I want 6 children. Is that real? Did Cleopatra have children? Had 4 children. Whoa, that's crazy. Oh, wait. Didn't Cleopatra? So Cleopatra married two of her younger brothers. A common practice. This is because I joked about marrying my brother. No. Although it didn't help. Is it the fact that you were Cleopatra? Laura throws back her head in frustration. Ugh, I don't care about that. Haha, Mookie, great line. Great minds think alike. Wait, you did it. Yeah, I did it. Is it the fact that you were Laura heads back and forth? I don't care about that. Everyone else does. It's only a matter of time until you will too. T-O-O. You said it when you found out. You said maybe I'm meant for something greater. You're just scared of getting hurt, so you're trying to hurt me first. You're telling me you're willing to sacrifice. It's not really like a whole lifetime of greatness. Because we need to clarify this, because this isn't entirely accurate. I mean, she's already like 20-something and working at a Dairy Queen, so she hasn't exactly had a whole lifetime of greatness, right? Let's see, who has the ring right now? Paul has the ring right now. She hands it to Paul. Maybe put an action line for holding up the ring. Okay, but I like what you have here, Mook. So what we really need to do is take the engagement ring off of her finger. And then we need to have a moment where she finally gives it to him. But it needs to be at a precipice, right? It doesn't need to just simply break up dialogue. It's got to feel like a beat change. We have to change the action. I'm sorry, when Laura changes tactics, she gives the ring back to Paul. Probably here. takes the ring and pushes it into Paul's palm. That's where it feels like. Give it back to here, I mean. She handed it to him. Either change it or have him give it to her at the end. Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah, we'll play around with it. We can always go back. It's not hard. This is a fluid document, right? Is it because I made that joke about marrying my brother? No, although it didn't help. Is it the fact that you were Cleopatra? Laura throws back her head in frustration. I don't care about that. Everyone else does. It's only a matter of time until you will too. You said it when you found out. You said, maybe I'm meant for something greater. You're just scared of getting hurt, so you're trying to hurt me first. You're telling me you're willing to sacrifice a whole lifetime of greatness for a life of mediocrity with me. Let's everybody focus on this line. This needs an alternate, right? So going back to what we were trying to fix earlier, she hasn't had a whole lifetime of greatness, so this sentence is wrong. She's 20 years old and working at a Dairy Queen and somebody's breaking, and her Burger King boyfriend, cashier, or whatever, is breaking up with her. This is not a lifetime of greatness. So you're telling me, so Paul's really asking, you're willing to sacrifice all of your potential greatness for a life of mediocrity with someone who's never been anything special. That could be the dialogue. I would like to just kind of hear the writers in the writer's room pitch me their versions. And maybe that will make the cut, right? But how do we say this in a fun way, right? Maybe we do it in fast food lingo. Like, is there a metaphor for fast food here? Like, you have the potential to be a Big Mac and you're ordering from the dollar menu, right? That's fun and thematic. So this line is surface level, and we need to make it subtextual. We need to add something fun to it. You're telling me I'm a Big Mac. I'm saying you're a Royale with cheese. That's not it, but come on. You guys got it? I know you have that sense of humor in you. Feel like ink and play. I feel like you really want to be funny, right? Mookie comes in. Now that you know, you're willing to sacrifice your future greatness, life for a plain hamburger with no cheese. Yeah. A plain hamburger with no cheese, but versus what? Instead of the life of mediocrity, what's the double quarter pounder situation, right? And maybe we can look it up. Like, what is the most calorie dense food at Burger King? Or what is the most expensive burger at Burger King? Or what is the most expensive burger in the world? Like, the world's offering you A5 Wagyu and you want a Junior Whopper, right? What is the most expensive burger in the world? So there's some this is how we use research to, like, get it. So the most expensive burger in the world is currently called the Golden Boy by Robert Jan de Veen at the Daltons in the Netherlands, priced at $5,967, featuring Wagyu beef, king crab, beluga caviar, Dom Perignon, champagne buns, and a gold leaf. I don't think people would understand that reference. So we do have to still pare it down into something that makes sense. The most expensive burger at the Burger King is $185 in London, featuring Wagyu truffles, saffron, the Bacon King, the $1 Million Whopper. Come on. The highest calorie dense food is a triple Whopper with bacon and cheese. And so it could be the triple Whopper with bacon and cheese. We can get really specific. We can compare them to Wagyu and the plain burger, no cheese. A Whopper. Oh, yeah. A Whopper's good. So like a royal, you're telling me you'd, so how do we put this sentence? To turn down. A Royal Whopper for a plain burger, no cheese? Is that a real thing? A Royal Whopper? The Burger King's premium, more indulgent version, the classic Whopper. Okay, cool, excellent. I like the royal tie-in, the royal thematic tie-in. Okay, excellent. And isn't that a much more fun, thoughtful way of saying things that we mean? Um, getting into this fast food metaphor is just kind of the perfect way to have these people tell the story. You're telling me you're willing to turn down a Royal Whopper for a plain burger, no cheese? An ugly pause. Bzz, bzz. Laura looks at her phone. Private number. She answers. Hello? Uh-huh. Private helicopter? I can't go to Bora Bora. I have a shift. Okay. Uh-huh. Instead of, can I think about it? It'll be a little less questioning to go. Well, let's give Laura more credit than this. Some strange guy calls her and she's going to pack up and leave. No, of course not. Will she even consider it? Maybe. The truth is, in the back of her mind, it is like a consideration, but it literally gets in the way of the thing that she wants, which is to keep her relationship with Paul. So it's not rooted in our character's motivation. So I'd rather just hear her say, I have to go, and let Paul speculate and kind of stew. Mookie says that's not going to work for me. Is that a line that you're pitching? Or do you not like the Royal Whopper line, as in you're telling me it's not going to work for you? Okay. her line on the phone. I don't want her to tell him no yet. Reason being, it could potentially resolve this problem with Paul too fast. Paul needs to come to his own active choice, which is, I don't need to witness my girlfriend tell somebody no in order to realize that I love her. Paul just needs to realize that he loves her no matter what. Oh, I would be more subtle if it meant I hated the line. Thank you, Brody. Appreciate it. Laura looks at her phone, private number. Okay, I have to go. I'm still okay with. I'm okay with I have to go. I'm still open to more suggestions, but I don't want her to tell the guy on the other side of the phone no. I want to keep the tension built, really. So if something comes up, let me know. Paul rocks back and forth on his heels, tongues on the inside of his cheek. Who was that? Mark Anthony, or at least used to be. He's the CEO of Techstar. Now, okay, this could be a funny. Some alternates here as well. Mookie, you need to go? That's okay. It was a pleasure having you here. Thanks for pitching me these great ideas. A lot of them made it to the script. You are invaluable, as always. Oh shit, I thought I was saying goodbye to you. Okay, you need to start putting quotes around lines. That way I know. Okay? Little quotations never hurt. I need to go. I have to go. Okay. Big change. Got it. Okay. Okay. So let's look at this. Mark Anthony, or at least used to be. He's the CEO of Techstar now. Is there anything like better than Techstar? It kind of, something tech in the name does kind of help us point us in the right direction of like how connected this guy must be to all of this information. We also know that it's just kind of public news. She's becoming like a little local celebrity. Also, is CEO. Even the best that we can do. The owner of the Pharaohs basketball team. Is he a prince of Dubai or something? You know what I mean? Like we can workshop alternates to everything. But we also like kind of solidify it in with the guy who owns half of Silicon Valley. This could be ridiculous too. The guy who sent Katy Perry to the moon, right? Like we could have that moment of specificity. The guy who drained the Pacific Ocean. The guy who built his own submarine. Right? A little throwback to the old Titan implosion. What's a weird flex for money? Now, one of my favorite writers, Conan, comedy writer, used to write for The Simpsons. Always talks about how much he enjoyed writing for the character of Mr. Burns because you never knew how old Mr. Burns was. He could have existed at nearly any period in time. And with infinite wealth and power, you can make him do nearly anything. You can have the sharks with freaking laser beams on their head. Like Mr. Burns is rich and powerful and maniacal enough and crazy enough to make something like that happen. So, here in real life, we have Elon Musk, who wanted to implant chips and microchips in uh, chimpanzees' brains, right? Here we can have something where the guy who bought ad space on the moon. The guy who almost bought the guy who bought Argentina. Remember Elon Musk launched a fucking roadster into space. All these billionaires launching random things into space. What's a random thing that we can launch into space? If Jeff Bezos can put Gayle King and Katy Perry into space, and Elon Musk can put his fucking roadster into space, maybe it could just be a direct parallel to billionaires launching shit into space. I don't want to make him like great, like clean the ozone layer, but I do like the idea of building condos on Mars. The guy who the guy who's building condos on Mars? Yes. Well, he wants, well, okay. He wants me to quit my job, come meet him. He thinks that we're destined to be together since, at one point we were, but I don't care. This is what it's going to be like. Get rid of this, This is what it's going to be like. Everyone is going to want a piece of Cleopatra. You and Mark Anthony. I want you and Mark Anthony to get together and rule the world again. We both know how that turned out. Kind of have this defensive. Actually, don't, because I hated history. Whoops. Kind of thematic for Paul to hate history, seeing as how he's railing against it. Actually, I don't, because I hated history. Laura's manager shouts at her from the Dairy Queen. Break's over, Your Majesty. It's time to clean out the grease traps. Laura waves him off and faces Paul again. This isn't on me, it's on you. Laura finally takes the ring and pushes it into Paul's palm. Paul waffles. I'm going back in there. He doesn't have to waffle anymore. I'm going back in there. And I'm going to clean those grease traps. Because the one thing that's true about me and Cleopatra is that we make our own destiny. That's where real greatness comes from. And if you're lucky enough to realize that early on, then maybe you can be great right now. Laura turns, leaving Paul defeated in the parking lot. Laura reaches out to, let's give her like a little hold back tear. Holds back tears as she reaches to open the door of the Dairy Queen. Grabs the handle, pulls, but a hand stops her from opening the door. She turns around to reveal Paul. She looks into his eyes and he looks into hers. Do we learn about Cleopatra in high school? We must. Actually, I don't. I'm pretty sure I had mono that week during world history. Sorry, I saw drop that class like makes me feel like you drop a class in college, but we learned about Cleopatra earlier than that. So yeah, right? It'd be cool if you could drop high school classes. That would be dope. I would have done it. What is civics anyway? I don't even remember. Okay, I have made. Okay, so. Laura turns, leaving Paul defeated in the parking lot. Laura holds back tears as she reaches to open the door of the Dairy Queen. She grabs the handle and pulls, but a hand stops her from opening the door. She turns around to reveal Paul. She looks into his eyes, and he looks into hers. I may have never made Employee of the Month or ever been awarded anything in the history of humankind, but I promise in this life to not let anyone come between us, not a Roman general, a politician, or some tech bro with too many yachts. He puts his Burger King crown on our head. You are my queen. I love you. Grease traps or not. I don't need the clean, just the grease traps or not. Puts the ring back on her finger. After your shift, will you conquer the world with me? Laura smiles and kisses Paul. Manager. Laura, get your ass back to work. We can do that off screen. Off screen, actually. Oh, God. Don't listen to him. He used to be Pol Pot. That's 1T. I think that's sweet. And we did it in 4 pages. Let me just check. All right, how's everybody feeling about the story that we have? Pretty good? That's pretty cute, right? A little cutesy thing. You know, we're not writing Shakespeare over here, but we are going through the process, and that is nice. And I like this story. I think it's cute. Cleopatra and Paul. All right. Well, my goodness. Well, hey, y'all, we can just kind of chat today if you want because we kind of wrapped up early. I'm going to save this unless anybody has any additions. Just looked at where I'm at on my script. I'm on page 14, ink and play. Excellent, excellent, good job. If you ever want to share your script, we have some extra time in the stream, about 13 minutes. Ooh, good, good. Some more adjustments. More determined. I've never been employee of the month. Yeah, yeah. Or, in fact, I've never been awarded anything. In fact, yeah, yeah, yeah. Anything in the history of humankind. Oh, I scrolled up too soon? My bad. I'll leave it here. Some more liquid. The rest seems solid? Cool. Excellent. Well, I don't know. Mook, you have anything you want me to look at in the last 10 minutes? I don't want to start a new thing in the last 10. But I think we did some good work today. Okay. Saving. Back to full screen. Boom! We're back, baby. Start closing some stuff down. Maybe we can start talking about who we want to raid. And my dog is whining. So that's what we'll do. I'll figure out who to raid, and then I gotta go walk my dog before, I guess she dies, because the world seems to be ending, since I'm not taking her out. One moment. Maybe Sugar's upset because of the glasses? Tell the people why you're upset. Tell the people why you are upset. Okay. Let's take a look at who is on Twitch these days, huh? Let's see. Let's see. We got Squeaka. We got Cypher. We got Nerdarine. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see. Moog. Moog is on reading and writing. Let me see what she's doing. Ooh. Hey, hi. How's it going? Or maybe I can look for some new... Should I try and find a new reading and writing friend? let's see. But who's actually writing? That's the difficult part. A lot of people reading, I see a lot of just loaded screens. But who's doing the work? That's what I want to know. Who's doing the work? Okay, Shug. I'm gonna need my hands back. I actually see. You know what? Moog is actually just reading. At least it's something. So let's raid Moog and show her some love. With 3 O's. Okay. What is the Mama Buckle Challenge? Do you have any ideas in your mind for the next writer's room script? Are you talking about in real life, Mook, or are you talking about the digital one? The digital one I do with you guys, all the brainstorming, everything. I do that live. But for the writer's room, I think we're going to work on shorts. Shorts for like a YouTube channel. Stuff that we can film and materialize into real product. I have to check on what Mama Buckle's been doing as challenges lately. My schedule has not been lining up for me to watch his streams. But I guess I could just give him a call. Why did that not go through? I don't know. Because I don't know what you mean. TV short pilot script. Oh, maybe. I guess, yeah. Based on a vampire. Oh, well, you're talking about the one that we've been doing? There's one in the Discord where Carrie Ann has been kind of bringing her vampire TV script to the channel. We've been working on the pitch deck and stuff. But I don't know what you mean as far as like how that is a challenge. But, I mean, Mook, if you ever come up with a challenge that you want to participate in, I'll host it here if you're not doing your own stream or something, you know? If you come up with a little idea, an outline, maybe you can pick a day. If I get this new job I'm aiming for, maybe I'll have a little more free time. We could have like a little contest day or something, if that's something that you're interested in. Okay. It's that time. My dog's getting mad at me. I will go ahead and start this raid on Moog, who is... Where is she? Yeah, she's still there. Okay. Making sure. Okay. Yeah, she's still going. All right. Buckles Challenge is a TV pilot script based on vampire comedic in nature. Oh, I see. I see. Oh no. Okay, stay safe during that snowstorm. Bundle up. Make sure you have plenty of food and water and batteries. And Yeah, we'll do some sort of challenge. I'll think about it. Let's chat about it next time I'm on the stream. Okay, we are about to raid Moog. Everybody, thanks so much for hanging out with me today. It was a great 5.5 hours. We got a lot done. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. It means a lot to me. Be sure to go to my YouTube channel, like and subscribe. I need to get to 50 followers so I can stream vertically. I appreciate you. Let's raid Moog!